Welcome to Murang'a University of Technology. Let us take you around on a tour of this exquisite institution. Murang'a University of Technology shares a rich history with Kenya's founding president, Jomo Kenyatta. Being among the founders of the original institution, other notable founders include Charles Rubia, Kenneth Matiba, Maina Wanjigi, Father Joachim Gitonga, among other leaders from Murang'a County. Murang'a University of Technology is the successor to Murang'a University College, which was established in September 2011, via the Murang'a University College Legal Order number 129 of September 2011, as a constituent college of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. The university, which is strategically located at 1.5 kilometers from Murang'a town, 85 kilometers northeast of Nairobi, 70 kilometers southeast of Nyeri, and 50 kilometers southwest of Embu, in a very serene environment, is currently the only university in the county serving as a learning institution for students from across the country.
I'm Professor Dickson Nyariki, the Vice Chancellor of Murang'a University of Technology. Murang'a University of Technology was founded in the 1970s as an institute, technical institute, referred to as Murang'a College of Technology. And in 2011, it was elevated to Murang'a University College through a legal order. And in 2016, the University College was chartered to become a full-fledged university and renamed Murang'a University of Technology. Of course, as a university, we operate under the University Act 2012 of the laws of Kenya and University Charter and statutes.
The first Murang'a University Council was inaugurated in October 2013, and currently the university is oversighted by the third council. The university motto is Innovation for Prosperity.
As a university, we have a vision, and it is to be a leading university in technological innovation, research and training. And the mission is to advance knowledge and technological transfer through teaching, training, learning, research and innovation for sustainable development. And we hope that we can achieve this, and we have actually already demonstrated that we can achieve what we have planned to achieve. If you've been keen, in the recent past, we have been ranked. There is what we call webometric ranking, and we've been ranked consistently in the best 10 universities in the country.
With the continued support from the national and the county governments, the ISO-certified MUT has grown in leaps and bounds, registering a significant growth as students are attracted into the market-driven courses offered by the institution.
Since we were chartered in 2016, we have grown as a university. We started with about 150 students when we were a college in 2013. And we've grown to about 8,500 students currently. And we hope to grow within 2 to 3 years to over 10,000 students. With the county government, we have signed recently an MOU for health services with the county government, and particularly with the county hospital, so that we can run our programs or mount our programs in health. So we plan to start programs in nursing, clinical medicine. We have already started some in medical lab science. We have also started another in public health and community health. And the nursing and clinical medicine, we hope to mount them in the next academic year.
The students are registered in various programs, including postgraduate, undergraduate, diploma, and certificate programs. The programs are approved by the Commission for University Education, TVET, and the various professional bodies.
My name is Professor Priska Tuitoek, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic and student affairs, and it also includes research. So our division, we have an average of 2 to 3 departments, and these departments are headed by chair of departments. So we call them CODs for short. So we have 14 departments. We have a School of Business and Economics, School of Computing and Information Technology. We have School of Pure Applied and Health Sciences. We have also School of Engineering and Technology, School of Education, School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, and our new school created recently called School of Humanities and Social Sciences.
The university has established the Directorate of Academic and Performance Management, Quality Assurance, and Career Guidance. The institution has also put up a fully fledged guidance and counseling department.
The students are free actually to talk to us, and even today we are doing registration. A student has just called me from the rural areas, somebody who knows me, but we also are open for students to call us because we have a direct line, has called to say that they are having some issues on registration, and we are able to talk to them directly and advise them on what to do.
And for the students from very needy background, the work-study program adopted by the university is working wonders to keep them in school.
We have something called work-study program where a student studies and we give them a few hours to work either in the library or in some of the offices to make some money that can go into their school fees or to their maintenance. So students apply and are considered to work in these different departments.
The enhancement of quality skills and knowledge has remained a central focus for the university. Thus the need for the well-equipped workshops and laboratories to cater for the student needs. And more are coming up.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Professor Beatrice Mugendi, the DVC in charge of Finance and Development at Murang'a University of Technology. The division that I head is charged with the financial responsibility, financial management of the university. It is also charged with responsibility.
Welcome to Murang'a University of Technology. Let us take you around on a tour of this exquisite institution. Murang'a University of Technology shares a rich history with Kenya's founding president, Jomo Kenyatta. Being among the founders of the original institution, other notable founders include Charles Rubia, Kenneth Matiba, Maina Wanjigi, Father Joachim Gitonga, among other leaders from Murang'a County. Murang'a University of Technology is a successor to Murang'a University College, which was established in September 2011 via the Murang'a University College Legal Order number 129 of September 2011 as a Welcome to Murang'a University of Technology. Let us take you around on a tour of this exquisite institution. Murang'a University of Technology shares a rich history with Kenya's founding president, Jomo Kenyatta. Being among the founders of the original institution, other notable founders include Charles Rubial, Kenneth Matiba, Maina Wanjigi, Father Joachim Gitonga, among other leaders from Murang'a County. Murang'a University of Technology is a successor to Murang'a University College, which was established in September 2011 via the Murang'a University College Legal Order number 129 of September 2011 as a constituent college of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. The university, which is strategically located at 1.5 kilometers from Murang'a town, 85 kilometers northeast of Nairobi, 70 kilometers southeast of Nyeri, and 50 kilometers southwest of Embu, in a very serene environment, is currently the only university in the county serving as a learning institution for students from across the country.
I'm Professor Dickson Nyariki, the Vice Chancellor of Murang'a University of Technology. Murang'a University of Technology was founded in the 1970s as an institute, technical institute, referred to as Murang'a College of Technology. And in 2011, it was elevated to Murang'a University College through a legal order. And in 2016, the University College was chartered to become a full-fledged university and renamed Murang'a University of Technology. Of course, as a university, we operate under the University Act 2012 of the laws of Kenya and University Charter and statutes.
The first Murang'a University Council was inaugurated in October 2013, and currently the university is oversighted by the third council. The university motto is Innovation for Prosperity. As a university, we have a vision, and it is to be a leading university in technological innovation, research and training. And the mission is to advance knowledge and technological transfer through teaching, training, learning, research and innovation for sustainable development. And we hope that we can achieve this, and we have actually already demonstrated that we can achieve what we have planned to achieve. If you've been keen, in the recent past, we have been ranked. There is what we call webometric ranking, and we've been ranked consistently in the best 10 universities in the country. With the continued support from the national and the county governments, the ISO-certified MUT has grown in leaps and bounds, registering a significant growth as students are attracted into the market-driven courses offered by the institution. Since we were chartered in 2016, we have grown as a university. We started with about 150 students when we were a college in 2013. And we've grown to about 8,500 students currently. And we hope to grow within 2 to 3 years to over 10,000 students. With the county government, we have signed recently an MOU for health services with the county government, and particularly with the county hospital, so that we can run our programs or mount our programs in health.
So we plan to start programs in nursing, clinical medicine. We have already started some in medical lab science. We have also started another in public health and community health. And the nursing and clinical medicine, we hope to mount them in the next academic year.
The students are registered in various programs, including postgraduate, undergraduate, diploma, and certificate programs. The programs are approved by the Commission for University Education, TVET, and the various professional bodies.
My name is Professor Priska Tuitoek, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic and Student Affairs, and it also includes research. So our division, we have an average of 2 to 3 departments, and these departments are headed by a chair of departments. So we call them CODs for short. So we have 14 departments. We have a School of Business and Economics, School of Computing and Information Technology. We have School of Pure, Applied and Health Sciences. We have also School of Engineering and Technology, School of Education, School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, and our new school created recently called School of Humanities and Social Sciences.
The university has established the Directorate of Academic and Performance Management, Quality Assurance, and Career Guidance. The institution has also put up a fully fledged guidance and counseling department.
The students are free actually to talk to us, and even today we are doing registration. A student has just called me from the rural areas, somebody who knows me, but we also are open for students to call us because we have a direct line, has called to say that they are having some issues on registration, and we are able to talk to them directly and advise them on what to do.
And for the students from very needy background, the work-study program adopted by the university is working wonders to keep them in school.
We have something called work-study program where a student studies and we give them a few hours to work either in the library or in some of the offices to make some money that can go into their school fees or to their maintenance. So students apply and are considered to work in these different departments.
The enhancement of quality skills and knowledge has remained a central focus for the university. Thus the need for the well-equipped workshops and laboratories to cater for the student needs. And more are coming up.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Professor Beatrice Mugendi, the DVC in charge of Finance and Development at Murang'a University of Technology. The division that I head is charged with the financial responsibility, financial management of the university. It is also charged with responsibility to take care of all development projects, infrastructure development within the university. I'll start with the projects. I'll start with the projects that we have currently in the university. We have 3 infrastructure projects. One of them is a science complex, which you'll be able to see. The science complex is going to support the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. It will house laboratories, teaching and research laboratories. We have completed about 70% of the project, and we hope to finish this project in this financial year.
MUT has a state-of-the-art library with a seating capacity of over 1,000 students.
We have a well-equipped library and enough space for students to use. We have over 50,000 volumes of books that can be available for our students, and online materials. And I've also mentioned that we have we installed a remote facility where staff and students can access information from outside the university. And this is very relevant, especially right now during this corona period or COVID-19 period, where most of our working, teaching, exams and the rest is online. So I would like to mention that even as we talk right now, we have exams going on, and we have exams for our postgraduate students and finalists going on online, and we will roll out this later on to all the other continuing students.
On accommodation, there are hostels within the university compound for both male and female students. Safety of students on and off campus is paramount.
Currently, we have a capacity of 426, accommodation capacity of 426 students. 152 are males and 274 are females. The two hostels that we are developing, one will be for ladies and the other one will be for the male students.
ICT is also a very integral part of the university.
My name is Stephen Kahara. I'm the Director, Information and Communication Technology at Murang'a University of Technology. Welcome. The Directorate of Information and Communication Technology is responsible for providing the necessary infrastructure to support teaching, learning, and administration. As a directorate, we offer a number of services. We have an internet service that is accessible to all students so that they are able to do their research, they are able to learn, and also network with their students socially. Also, we have a website where all our information is posted, and all students can access any information regarding the university through our website. Issues.
Every year we also have the Cultural Week, where we will identify Mr. and Miss Murang'a, and the week is always very busy with very many activities that touch on our culture. We actually try to bond up the culture in that week, yes.
MUT has so far held 4 graduation ceremonies, inviting various guests, including former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who attended the 2nd graduation ceremony. The first one having been held in 2016 at JKUAT as a constituent college. The other 3 have been held in MUT, overseen by the Chancellor, Professor Justin Irina. As a result of the quality of training and facilities available, the university has a dedicated team and was ranked 10th position in Kenya by the University Webometric ranking. Last year, the university developed its 2nd strategic plan for the year 2019 to 2023.
This strategic plan, of course, is geared at focusing on expanding programs in our area of focus, and also then infrastructural development, and we are referring to basically areas of technology. We currently have one science engineering, which is electrical and electronic engineering. We are moving to mechatronics, hopefully next year, academic year, and civil engineering and other areas of engineering. And then, as I said earlier, we are going to also focus on health sciences and agriculture. These are captured in our strategic plan. as I said, we'll expand beyond this area, which is about 70 acres, and also get to establish, with the approval of the Commission for University Education, we shall establish another campus. And this will help us, particularly in this era of COVID-19, help us create more space so that we can have so-called social distancing. But in the meantime, we will be starting programs online, and don't miss to join or to attend the program, the lectures online. We need to ensure that you don't miss out, and you don't fall back or behind your peers elsewhere who are following these lectures in their various universities. I wish to welcome our students to Murang'a University of Technology, and I hope that you will enjoy your stay and will be fulfilled once you join the university, and we are looking forward to receiving you.
Welcome to Murang'a University of Technology. Let us take you around on a tour of this exquisite institution. Murang'a University of Technology shares a rich history with Kenya's founding president, Jomo Kenyatta. Being among the founders of the original institution, other notable founders include Charles Rubial, Kenneth Matiba, Maina Wanjigi, Father Joachim Gitonga, among other leaders from Murang'a County. Murang'a University of Technology is a successor to Murang'a University College, which was established in September 2011, via the Murang'a University College Legal Order number 129 of September 2011, as a constituent college of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. The university, which is strategically located at 1.5 kilometers from Murang'a town, 85 kilometers northeast of Nairobi, 70 kilometers southeast of Nyeri, and 50 kilometers southwest of Embu, in a very serene environment, is currently the only university in the county serving as a learning institution for students from across the country.
I'm Professor Dickson Nyariki, the Vice Chancellor of Murang'a University of Technology. Murang'a University of Technology was founded in the 1970s as an institute, technical institute, referred to as Murang'a College of Technology. And in 2011, it was elevated to Murang'a University College through a legal order. And in 2016, the University College was chartered to become a full-fledged university and renamed Murang'a University of Technology. Of course, as a university, we operate under the University Act 2012 of the laws of Kenya, and University Charter and statutes.
The first Murang'a University Council was inaugurated in October 2013, and currently the university is oversighted by the Third Council. The university motto is Innovation for Prosperity.
As a university, we have a vision, and it is to be a leading university in technological innovation, research and training. And the mission is to advance knowledge and technological transfer through teaching, training, learning, research and innovation for sustainable development. And we hope that we can achieve this, and we have actually already demonstrated that we can achieve what we have planned to achieve. If you've been keen, in the recent past, we have been ranked. There is what we call webometric ranking, and we've been ranked consistently in the best 10 universities in the country.
With the continued support from the national and the county governments, the ISO-certified MUT has grown in leaps and bounds, registering a significant growth as students are attracted into the market-driven courses offered by the institution.
Since we were chartered in 2016, we have grown as a university. We started with about 150 students when we were college in 2013, and we've grown to about 8,500 students currently, and we hope to grow within 2 to 3 years to over 10,000 students. With the county government, we have signed recently an MOU for health services with the county government, and particularly with the county hospital, so that we can run our programs or mount our programs in health. So we plan to start programs in nursing, clinical medicine. We have already started some in medical lab science. We have also started another in public health and community health, and the nursing and clinical medicine, we hope to mount them in the next academic year.
The students are registered in various programs, including postgraduate, undergraduate, diploma and certificate programs. The programs are approved by the Commission for University Education, TVET, and the various professional bodies.
My name is Professor Priska Tuitoek, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic and student affairs, and it also includes research. So our division, we have an average of 2 to 3 departments, and these departments are headed by chair of departments. So we call them CODs for short. So we have 14 departments. We have a School of Business and Economics, School of Computing and Information Technology. We have School of Pure Applied and Health Sciences. We have also School of Engineering and Technology, School of Education, School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, and our new school created recently called School of Humanities and Social Sciences.
The university has established the Directorate of Academic and Performance Management, Quality Assurance, and Career Guidance. The institution has also put up a fully fledged guidance and counseling department.
The students are free actually to talk to us, and even today we are doing registration. A student has just called me from the rural areas, somebody who knows me, but we also are open for students to call us because we have a direct line, has called to say that they are having some issues on registration, and we are able to talk to them directly and advise them on what to do.
And for the students from very needy background, the work-study program adopted by the university is working wonders to keep them in school.
We have something called work-study program, where a student studies and we give them a few hours to work either in the library or in some of the offices to make some money that can go into their school fees or to their maintenance. So students apply and are considered to work in these different departments.
The enhancement of quality skills and knowledge has remained a central focus for the university. Thus, the need for the well-equipped workshops and laboratories to cater for the student needs. And more are coming up.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Professor Beatrice Mugendi, the DVC in charge of finance and development at Murang'a University of Technology. The division that I head is charged with the financial responsibility, financial management of the university. It is also charged with responsibility to take care of all development projects, infrastructure development within the university. I'll start with the projects. I'll start with the projects that we have currently in the university. We have 3 infrastructure projects. One of them is a science complex, which you'll be able to see. The science complex is going to support the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. It will house laboratories, teaching and research laboratories, and some offices for administration. We have completed about 70% of the project, and we hope to finish this project in this financial year.
MUT has a state-of-the-art library with a seating capacity of over 1,000 students.
We have a well-equipped library and enough space for students to use. We have over 50,000 volumes of books that can be available for our students, and online materials. And I've also mentioned that we installed a remote facility where staff and students can access information from outside the university. And this is very relevant, especially right now during this corona period or COVID-19 period, where most of our working, teaching, exams and the rest is online. So I would like to mention that even as we talk right now, we have exams going on, and we have exams for our postgraduate students and finalists going on online, and we will roll out this later on to all the other continuing students.
On accommodation, there are hostels within the university compound for both male and female students. Safety of students on and off campus is paramount.
Currently, we have a capacity of 426, accommodation capacity of 426 students. 152 are males and 274 are females. The 2 hostels that we are developing, one will be for ladies and the other one will be for the male students.
ICT is also a very integral part of the university.
My name is Stephen Kahara. I'm the Director, Information and Communication Technology at Murang'a University of Technology. Welcome. The Directorate of Information and Communication Technology is responsible for providing the necessary infrastructure to support teaching, learning, and administration. As a directorate, we offer a number of services. We have an internet service that is accessible to all students so that they are able to do their research, they are able to learn, and also
of training and facility.
Netball, hockey, and many other indoor games.
The university also conducts a cultural week where students from all over the country showcase their culture.
Every year we also have the cultural week where we will identify Mr. and Miss Murang'a And the week is always very busy with very many activities that touch on our culture. We actually try to bond up the culture in that week, yes.
MUT has so far held 4 graduation ceremonies, inviting various guests, including former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who attended the 2nd graduation ceremony. The first one having been held in 2016 at JKUAT as a constituent college. The other 3 have been held in MUT, overseen by the Chancellor, Professor Justin Irina. As a result of the quality of training and facilities available, the university has a dedicated team and was ranked 10th position in Kenya by the University Webometric ranking. Last year, the university developed its 2nd strategic plan for the year 2019 to 2023.
This strategic plan, of course, is geared at focusing on expanding programs in our area of focus, and also then infrastructural development, and we are referring to basically areas of technology. We currently have one science engineering, which is electrical and electronic engineering. We are moving to mechatronics, hopefully next year, academic year, and civil engineering and other areas of engineering. And then, as I said earlier, we are going to also focus on health sciences and agriculture. These are captured in our strategic plan. As I said, we'll expand beyond this area, which is about 70 acres, and also get to establish, with the approval of the Commission for University Education, we shall establish another campus. And this will help us, particularly in this era of COVID-19, help us create more space so that we can have so-called social distancing. But in the meantime, we will be starting programs online, and don't miss to join or to attend the programs, the lectures online. We need to ensure that you don't miss out, and you don't fall back or behind your peers elsewhere who are following these lectures in their various universities. I wish to welcome our students to Murang'a University of Technology, and I hope that you will enjoy your stay and will be fulfilled once you join the university, and we are looking forward to receiving you.
Welcome to Murang'a University of Technology. Let us take you around on a tour of this exquisite institution. Murang'a University of Technology shares a rich history with Kenya's founding president, Jomo Kenyatta. Being among the founders of the original institution, other notable founders include Charles Rubial, Kenneth Matiba, Maina Wanjigi, Father Joachim Gitonga, among other leaders from Murang'a County. Murang'a University of Technology is a successor to Murang'a University College, which was established in September 2011 via the Murang'a University College Legal Order number 129 of September 2011 as a constituent college of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. The university, which is strategically located at 1.5 kilometers from Murang'a town, 85 kilometers northeast of Nairobi, 70 kilometers southeast of Nyeri, and 50 kilometers southwest of Embu, in a very serene environment, is currently the only university in the county serving as a learning institution for students from across the country.
I'm Professor Dickson Nyariki, the Vice Chancellor of Murang'a University of Technology. Murang'a University of Technology was founded in the 1970s as an institute, technical institute, referred to as Murang'a College of Technology. And in 2011, it was elevated to Murang'a University College through a legal order. And in 2016, the University College was chartered to become a full-fledged university and renamed Murang'a University of Technology. Of course, as a university, we operate under the University Act 2012 of the laws of Kenya and University Charter and statutes.
The first Murang'a University Council was inaugurated in October 2013, and currently the university is oversighted by the third council. The university motto is Innovation for Prosperity.
As a university, we have a vision, and it is to be a leading university in technological innovation, research and training. And the mission is to advance knowledge and technological transfer through teaching, training, learning, research and innovation for sustainable development. And we hope that we can achieve this, and we have actually already demonstrated that we can achieve what we have planned to achieve. If you've been keen, in the recent past, we have been ranked. There is what we call webometric ranking, and we've been ranked consistently in the best 10 universities in the country.
With the continued support from the national and the county government, the ISO-certified MUT has grown in leaps and bounds, registering a significant growth as students are attracted into the market-driven courses offered by the institution.
Since we were chartered in 2016, we have grown as a university. We started with about 150 students when we were college in 2013. And we've grown to about 8,500 students currently. And we hope to grow within 2 to 3 years to over 10,000 students. With the county government, we have signed recently an MOU for health services with the county government, and particularly with the county hospital, so that we can run our programs or mount our programs in health. So we plan to start programs in nursing, clinical medicine. We have already started some in medical lab science. We have also started another in public health and community health, and the nursing and clinical medicine, we hope to mount them in the next academic year.
The students are registered in various programs, including postgraduate, undergraduate, diploma and certificate programs. The programs are approved by the Commission for University Education, TVET, and the various professional bodies.
My name is Professor Priska Tuitoek, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic and student affairs, and it also includes research. So our division, we have an average of 2 to 3 departments, and these departments are headed by chair of departments. So we call them CODs for short. So we have 14 departments. We have a School of Business and Economics, School of Computing and Information Technology. We have School of Pure, Applied and Health Sciences. We have also School of Engineering and Technology, School of Education, School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, and our new school created recently called School of Humanities and Social Sciences.
The university has established the Directorate of Academic and Performance Management, Quality Assurance, and Career Guidance. The institution has also put up a fully fledged guidance and counseling department.
The students are free actually to talk to us, and even today we are doing registration. A student has just called me from the rural areas, somebody who knows me, but we also are open for students to call us because we have a direct line, has called to say that they are having some issues on registration, and we are able to talk to them directly and advise them on what to do.
And for the students from very needy background, the work-study program adopted by the university is working wonders to keep them in school.
We have something called work-study program where a student studies and we give them a few hours to work either in the library or in some of the offices to make some money that can go into their school fees or to their maintenance. So students apply and are considered to work in these different departments.
The enhancement of quality skills and knowledge has remained a central focus for the university. Thus the need for the well-equipped workshops and laboratories to cater for the student needs. And more are coming up.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Professor Beatrice Mugendi, the DVC in charge of finance and development at Murang'a University of Technology. The division that I head is charged with the financial responsibility, financial management of the university. It is also charged with responsibility to take care of all development projects, infrastructure development within the university. I'll start with the projects. I'll start with the projects that we have currently in the university. We have 3 infrastructure projects. One of them is a science complex, which you'll be able to see. The science complex is going to support the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. It will house laboratories, teaching and research laboratories, and some offices for administration. We have completed about 70% of the project, and we hope to finish this project in this financial year.
MUT has a state-of-the-art library with a seating capacity of over 1,000 students.
We have a well-equipped library and enough space for students to use. We have over 50,000 volumes of books that can be available for our students, and online materials. And I've also mentioned that we installed a remote facility where staff and students can access information from outside the university. And this is very relevant, especially right now during this corona period or COVID-19 period, where most of our working, teaching, exams and the rest is online. So I would like to mention that even as we talk right now, we have exams going on, and we have exams for our postgraduate students and finalists going on online, and we will roll out this later on to all the other continuing students.
On accommodation, there are hostels within the university compound for both male and female students. Safety of students on and off campus is paramount.
Currently, we have a capacity of 426, accommodation capacity of 426 students. 152 are males and 274 are females. The two hostels that we are developing, one will be for ladies and the other one will be for the male students.
ICT is also a very integral part of the university.
My name is Stephen Kahara. I'm the Director, Information and Communication Technology at Murang'a University of Technology. Welcome. The Directorate of Information and Communication Technology is responsible for providing the necessary infrastructure to support teaching, learning, and administration. As a directorate, we offer a number of services. We have an internet service that is accessible to all students so that they are able to do their research, they are able to learn, and also network with their students socially. Also, we have a website where all our information is posted, and all students can access any information regarding the university through our website. Again, we also do have our enterprise resource planning system, which holds all the information about the university. So students can access information about their school fees, payments, their examination results, and also course registration through the system. They only need to log in into their students' portal, and they are able to access this information. We do also have an e-learning platform where now, because of the COVID-19 issues, we are able now to have all students log in into an e-learning platform.
College. The university also conducts a cultural week where students from all over the country showcase their culture.
Every year we also have the cultural week where we will identify Mr. and Miss Murang'a, and the week is always very busy with very many activities that touch on our culture. We actually try to bond up the culture in that week, yes.
MUT has so far held 4 graduation ceremonies, inviting various guests, including former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who attended the second graduation ceremony. The first one having been held in 2016 at JKUAT as a constituent college. The other 3 have been held in MUT, overseen by the Chancellor, Professor Justin Irina. As a result of the quality of training and facilities available, the university has a dedicated team and was ranked 10th position in Kenya by the University Webometric ranking. Last year, the university developed its second strategic plan for the year 2019 to 2023.
This strategic plan, of course, is geared at focusing on expanding programs in our area of focus, and also then infrastructural development, and we are referring to basically areas of technology. We currently have one science engineering, which is electrical and electronic engineering. We are moving to mechatronics, hopefully next year, academic year, and civil engineering, and other areas of engineering. And then, as I said earlier, we are going to also focus on health sciences and agriculture. These are captured in our strategic plan. As I said, we'll expand beyond this area, which is about 70 acres, and also get to establish with the approval of the Commission for University Education, we shall establish another campus. And this will help us, particularly in this era of COVID-19, help us create more space so that we can have so-called social distancing. But in the meantime, we will be starting programs online, and don't miss to join or to attend the programs, the lectures online. We need to ensure that you don't miss out, and you don't fall back or behind your peers elsewhere who are following these lectures in their various universities. I wish to welcome our students to Murang'a University of Technology, and I hope that you will enjoy your stay and will be fulfilled once you join the university, and we are looking forward to receiving you.
Welcome to Murang'a University of Technology. Let us take you around on a tour of this exquisite institution. Murang'a University of Technology shares a rich history with Kenya's founding president, Jomo Kenyatta. Being among the founders of the original institution, other notable founders include Charles Rubia, Kenneth Matiba, Maina Wanjigi, Father Joachim Gitonga, among other leaders from Murang'a County. Murang'a University of Technology is a successor to Murang'a University College, which was established in September 2011 via the Murang'a University College Legal Order number 129 of September 2011 as a constituent college of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. The university, which is strategically located at 1.5 kilometers from Murang'a town, 85 kilometers northeast of Nairobi, 70 kilometers southeast of Nyeri, and 50 kilometers southwest of Embu,
logistics. Just to say, I want.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to each and everyone to the East African Regional Workshop on research and networking and proposal writing. This workshop marks a significant milestone in our collective journey together towards fostering collaboration and excellence in research. As we gather here, we are reminded of the immense potential that lies within our diverse East African community. We have scholars, scientists, researchers, innovators from various disciplines, all united by a common goal to make a meaningful contributions to the advancement of knowledge and betterment of our society. As we embark on this journey together, let us approach it with open mind and spirit of collaboration. Let us embrace diversity, recognizing that our differences are a source of strength and innovation. And let us remain steadfast in our commitment to excellence, knowing that the work we do today has the power to shape the future of our region and beyond. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the organizers, sponsors, participants who have made this workshop possible. Your dedication and passion are truly inspiring, and I have no doubt that together we will make this workshop a resounding success. Thank you, and let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, grow, innovate together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teti. I'm just reminded that we have not done introductions. So just to know the institutions that are represented and probably their names of the representatives so that we are able at least to address each other by name. So I want to start by myself. I know we communicated in most of the letters and correspondence. My name is Professor Dorothy Amwata from Murang'a University of Technology, but also the Dean School of Environment and Agricultural Sciences. So I think I'll start from this side.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Dr. Alice Deuri, now East African University, the Department of Food Science, Nutrition, and Technology. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Owen Watch from Senior University, Department of Chemistry. My research interests currently is in environmental toxicology and remediation. Currently, I'm the chairman of the Department of Chemistry, Maseno University.
Yes, good morning all. My name is Dr. John Pierre from Murang'a University of Technology and also the Dean of the School of Computing and Information Technology. Good morning. I'm Dr. Chris Ifana, Director of the School of Education, Department of Education Technology, and also Laboratory Registrar Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Peter Joroge, a senior lecturer of inorganic chemistry here in Murang'a University of Technology. I'm also the director, research, innovation, and consultancy. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Dr. Nicholas Soye, lecturer at the School of Engineering and Technology, Jarabawa, Electrical Engineering.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Florence Adesi from the School for Business and Economics in Murang'a University of Technology, and currently I'm the COD Commerce.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Daniel Rodano from the same university, Department of Geography and Natural Resource Management, area of interest with biodiversity, air conservation and management.
Good morning. My name is David Wekesa. I'm from Murang'a University of Kenya. I'm the director for National Institute for Lasers and Optics. My research field is in renewable energy, specifically energy management and auditing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Jogo, PhD in chemistry from MUT University, the COD Department of Chemistry. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Dennis Masika from Seminole University, from the Department of Geography and Natural Resources Management. I'm a hydrologist by profession, and that's what I love doing most. Thank you.
From Seminole University, Department of Geography and Natural Resources Management. I'm a land use planner.
Morning.
My name is Crispin Koweji from the same university. I'm an associate professor of chemistry.
My name is Daniel Naganyura. I'm from the Future Aid Africa Hub Leadership Center, and I'm also here representing African Science and Technology Policy Institute, one of the partners here. I've got a physics background, but I've been working with the science management for the last few years, and I'm really interested to know and learn more about collaboration that we can develop from this direction, and also how we can develop our proposals to respond to the needs of the partners.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Alice Omariban. I am from the School of Education, Department of Education and Technology. I'm the academic dean, School of Education, Humanities and Social Sciences. My interest is innovation, education, and the change we need for the future.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Siancharo from my University School of Business. I'm the coordinator for postgraduate studies.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ray Mutiba, Associate Professor for Policy Planning and Development in the Murang'a University of Technology, and currently the Dean for the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Jacob Buru. I'm from MUT University. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering and currently the Dean of the School of Engineering. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Grace Abucheli, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Plant Sciences, Faculty of Agriculture. I'm from Chuka University, currently serving as the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture.
Good morning. My name is James Jacob, Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Nairobi. I'm also so much involved in international office, where a lot of research and
Good morning. Nina Caroline, student from UFT, interested in environmental science, and I work in the National Drought Management Authority in Kilifi, where we haven't received needs up now.
Good morning. Dr. Richard Shikuku from Kaimosi Friends University. I'm in the Department of Chemistry, and I also serve as the Director of the Directorate of Examinations.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Clifford Arun, Civil Engineering, Technical University of Kenya. I specialize in geotechnical engineering.
Good morning, everybody. David Ajito from the School of Civil and Resources Engineering, Technical University of Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Nelly Murang'a. I'm also from the Technical University of Kenya, and my background is in water and environmental engineering. I'm also a PhD student.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. David Ajito. My school is School of Physical Applied Health Sciences, Murang'a University. I have a PhD in chemistry. I'm also the director of technical and professional training in this university.
Good morning. My name is Aida Kimura from Murang'a University. I'm a student here, taking
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Jeremy Mkwanda from the Technical University of Kenya, environmental engineer, research interest in nanotechnology in water treatment and sustainable materials in construction.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Ongeki, a PhD student in tourism management. I'm also the Director Catering and Accommodation Services in Murang'a University of Technology.
Thank you. We want to introduce the technical team very fast.
Good morning. My name is Abisa Kayuki. I am Secretary. Morning. My name is Clay Kumba, Secretary.
Good morning. My name is Martin Zuba. I'm on Vice Chair.
Good morning. I'm Kelvin Kumba.
Good morning. I'm Vincent Kabela.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Welcome to Murang'a University of Technology. My name is Kelvin Murang'a. I'm the secretary.
Good morning. My name is Martin Dego. I'm doing camera work on the live stream. Thank you.
And finally, my name is Kibet, the Secretariat to this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you once again and for the introductions. I know there are those who have not introduced themselves because we give them a special opportunity to introduce themselves when they will be talking to us in the opening session. So if you look through your folders, we have a program. You can just look through the program, which we have the introduction, and then we have the opening session. In the opening session, there's a little bit of change. We have the chair of the organizing committee. The chair who was organizing this workshop will speak first. After that is when we have our guest skill. But in a very special way, I still want to welcome you to Murang'a University of Technology. At the same time, this workshop will be running for 4 days. And as you look through the program, basically it is training and giving us an opportunity as young and mid-career researchers to be able to write clear, persuasive, competitive proposals that can win, can be funded, or can grants that can be supported. We know that currently many of us are not winning grants, even from our respective universities. It means that there's a problem. So it's an opportunity through this workshop to be able to learn what are the tricks and how can we make those proposals award-winning. How can we compete effectively globally for funding opportunities that are there. This workshop has been sponsored by ISTIC UNESCO. They are represented here. They have an opportunity to say a word at the right time. We also have Maseno University, and we have African Science, Technology and Policy Institute as TEPI. So we want to take this opportunity together with our National Research Fund, Kenya, who has made it possible for us to be here today in Murang'a University of Technology. So I hope you look through the programs, the activities that we have. All the activities are scheduled, except the change which I've just mentioned, where the chair of the organizing committee will have a word, will speak to us first before our host, that is Murang'a University of Technology, coming in. Meanwhile, this conference or workshop is streamed live, so you can share with your networks. I know the spaces were limited, you might not be able to accommodate everybody, but you have an opportunity to share the link so that they are able to participate virtually. So allow me to invite Professor Crispin Kowenje, who was the chair for the organizing committee for this workshop. Thank you.
Morning once more. My name is simple. I just want to remind you, because you know it, that at the end or at the beginning of such an occasion, there must be brains and interests behind this. And for our colleagues from outside Kenya, there is a usual quote which we have, and it says, "Ukiona taelea, imeundwa." So if you see shining, then it must have been made. And this is an example of something shining, so it must have been made. And so there are the people who made it. And I would just want the committee members from each institution, please rise up. From Maseno, we have Dennis Masika, who was representing Maseno. Dorothy Mwata, representing Murang'a. Dennis Otieno, Murang'a. Sarah Mutua, that means Technical University of Kenya. George Okwada, also Technical University of Kenya. Ted Ideli, also representing Murang'a team. I have a chair. Yeah, Daniel Nyanganyura is my brother from another mother. So, thank you. He was representing the African Science, Technology and Policy Center. And then we had the district team, Madam Chaita, and Asman, oh yes, And I believe at the end of the day, this group will really appreciate what it is. Connected to that, I would just cite the institutions that basically made sure that this happens. So we have the Africa Science and Technology Policy Institute from South Africa, and also coupled to Future Hub Leadership Center at the Rhodes University. We also had the district, that is, you can read, district UNESCO. That if they don't arrive there, then they will come in the course of our training. We really appreciate their support. Last but not least, Murang'a University of Technology. We recognize you, and we really appreciate the space, the time, the technology, even the meals that we have today, please, and the type of workforce that you have dedicated to this. I do know that there is also the support desk, the secretariat. Please, I might not pronounce you by name, but know that we recognize and appreciate the role that you have played. So essentially, what is it that we are intending to do here? The intention of this meeting is to capacity build early to middle career scientists. And as you can read from the title, it was supposed to be East Africa Workshop. We could not mobilize or facilitate other participants from other African, East African states. So we hope that in our next, and Madam DVC, we hope, and I'm underlining this word, that in our next workshop, we will have participants from other countries of East Africa. It was the intention, but as all good intentions, the resources were not matching our intentions. I think with that, may I just say that I thank you all for coming, and let's look forward to a fruitful deliberations. There is something that being here you must accomplish. Networking. So ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, the main mission of being here is to network. There is somewhere in the Bible, I rarely read the Bible, but I know I've heard people say that there, that remind them even if they know. So it is written there in the Bible, I don't know which verse. The networking that you are going to get here is going to remind you even when you know. With those so many remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberations.
At this juncture, kindly allow me to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor,
Murang'a University of Technology, in charge of academics, research, and student affairs. Let's appreciate her as she comes.
Good morning, everyone. I've been invited in the program. There is the Deputy Vice Chancellor and also the Vice Chancellor. I'm supposed to invite the Vice Chancellor to also speak. So I will collapse the two positions into one. I'm Professor Priska Tuitoek, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic, research, and student affairs. I am also standing in for the Vice Chancellor, who is away on leave, and so I am actually acting Vice Chancellor. So I will actually read and say something, welcome you on behalf of myself as the Deputy Vice Chancellor and also as the representative for the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor, although he is on leave, is very much aware of this function. We have all been looking forward to this gathering from, actually, I think it was around January, February, when we were informed that we would be meeting in March. So, and then it was moved later on. So the VC is aware and the management of the university is very much aware and appreciates your coming to our university. You are welcome. So, Professor, if I don't mention your name properly, apologies. I see some of the names are very mouthful, but I'll try. Professor Dr. Rahman, Chair, International Science, Technology, and Innovation Center of UNESCO, ISTIC, UNESCO, Governing Board, Chair, Professor Dr. Manzoor Somro, ISTIC, UNESCO, Professor Dixon Andala, who is not with us, but we recognize who is the Chief Executive Officer, National Research Fund, Kenya, Dr. Daniel Nyura, Director, Future Earth Africa Hub, Leadership Center, and Rhodes University, and I know he's also from Zimbabwe. Professor Crispin Kowenje, Chair of the organizing committee of this workshop. The facilitators, keynote speakers of the workshop, Professor Mansoor Somro and Associate Professor Dr. Long one, Noor Ashikin Binti Mohammed Yusuf, Jala Sultan Yaya Petra. Is that correct? Mr. Hazman Alaviz Hazal, ISTIC UNESCO, Madam Tengu Sharizad Tengu Dalan, ISTIC UNESCO, distinguished participants from our 10, or is it 11 universities of Kenya. That is Murang'a University, Maseno University, Technical University of Kenya, Kirinyaga University, Embu University, Southeastern Kenya University, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, Chuka University, University of Nairobi, Multimedia of Kenya University, Multimedia University of Kenya, Kaimosi Friends, Kaimosi Friends University. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all to Murang'a University of Technology and to to this East African Research Networking and Proposal Writing Workshop with the objective of developing the participants' skills in crafting clear, persuasive, and compelling grant proposals, understanding of grant landscape by various funding sources, sharing of relevant case studies and best practices in grant writing and networking, and collaboration among early career researchers and mentors. This is a truly unique platform for us to come together at the future of our research landscape for competitive bidding for research grants and proposals. As Murang'a University of Technology, we are honored to have been considered to host this very important international workshop, and we are grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe some of you may not know, but Murang'a University of Technology was chartered in 2016, having been a university college of Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology, and is one of the 35 chartered public universities in Kenya. Of course, we have over 74. I think we are probably going to somewhere near 80 universities in Kenya, both public and private. And half of those are, slightly half are public universities. So Murang'a University of Technology is committed to providing high quality education and training, producing competent graduates, and endeavors to excel in areas of teaching, training, learning, research and innovation, extension and consultancy services to achieve its mandate. The university currently offers graduate and undergraduate degrees, diploma and certificates in engineering, information technology, computer science, pure and applied science, and also health sciences, business and economics, hospitality and tourism management, education, humanities and social sciences, and agriculture and environmental sciences. In addition, the university offers the competency-based curriculum for the technical and vocational educational training, popularly known as TVET, under a semi-autonomous institute. The university is ISO certified 901/2015, and our processes and systems follow internationally accepted standards. The standard guidelines, the standard provides guidance and tools that ensure our products and services consistently meet customers' requirements and that quality is continually improved. In addition, the university is also ISO IEC 20001/2013 certified and has implemented controls necessary to ensure that the university prudently protects confidentiality, availability, integrity of information, assets from threats and vulnerabilities. Academic quality assurance operates within the Kenyan and East African keyway or quality assurance frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Vision 2030 recognizes the critical role played by research development in accelerating socioeconomic transformation and has intensified the application of science, technology, and innovation to raise productivity and efficiency levels across the economic, social, and political pillars of the vision. institutions of higher learning, namely the universities and TVET institutions, play a key role in the development of human resource for all production sectors of the economy through training and conducting research and development for generation, curation, and dissemination of knowledge. University research programs are critical in the development of theoretical foundations in basic sciences that underpin applied research. The research portfolio at the university over the years due to low funding attributed to weak capacity of researchers to attract competitive grants to carry out quality research. The funding of research is a challenge in Kenya and most of the African countries. In 2018, an article in Nature reported that only about 2% of African researchers from a few countries and research areas reported receiving large grants over $1 million for their research. That's Omungo in 2018. The majority did not receive any funding for their research. And in many cases, most research was often self-funded. This has implications for research agenda setting and areas of concern in African research landscape, such as advancement of early and mid-career researchers. Further, researchers face numerous challenges and demands within a context of millennium resources. Yet, there is significant expectation for doing excellent science that is of high quality with integrity while aligning science with societal goals. In addition, there is a growing expectation to increase outputs, make the system more inclusive, attract international partners, and contribute to the university's global rankings. I'm sure you know all these rankings that are there. The need, therefore, to build research capacity, expand the number of active researchers, and advance the careers of African researchers has never been more critical, particularly in Kenya. Africa and other global priorities are to be achieved. There is consensus that research leadership is essential to building research capacity in African countries and universities. Therefore, there is constant need to retool and nurture the early and mid-career researchers so as to navigate today's competitive funding landscape, to be able to craft well-structured, persuasive grant proposals, gaining access to funding opportunities. In an effort to enhance the capacity of early career researcher, Murang'a University of Technology has operationalized and is implementing a an innovation policy and introduced a Vice Chancellor's Award in 2017, immediately after our charter, to give the early researchers an opportunity to access research funds to realize their ideas and innovations and progress career-wise, since many have not been able to attract international grants. So we normally give them really what we would call seed funding to start their proposals and probably their first phase and then move on to other phases, hopefully from international grants. To raise the capacity for research and to increase contribution to scientific outputs and innovation, training in research networking and proposal writing is really mandatory. A good proposal is not only a key factor in securing funding, but also serves as a powerful tool to communicate the value and feasibility of the research project to potential funders. Grant awards not only offer the backing needed for ambitious projects, but also stand as a testament to the importance and potential impact of one's work. This workshop is therefore timely and provides a platform to increase investments in building research capacity and research leadership through creation of South-to-South research partnerships across disciplines and empirical subjects, in training early career research leaders, as well as building the capacity of science systems in Kenya and East Africa as a whole. In addition, it will provide perspectives on guidelines and requirements for the different global and regional funders and how the researchers can navigate and prepare award-winning proposals for quality research and transition into research leaders, foster innovation, build linkages with policymakers, and promote scientific leadership in Kenya and East Africa and Africa as a whole. In conclusion, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in my view, there is no better way to ensure a response to the call for sustainable development truly meaningful than to make research relevant to solving the societal problems. This may not be possible if the early and middle career researchers are not adequately prepared to capitalize and grab the research and grant opportunities presented nationally, regionally, and globally. This will go a long way in generating the much needed knowledge, innovations, technologies to influence policy and uplift the lifestyles of the people we serve. The outcomes of this workshop will therefore have no meaning unless our researchers are retooled to compete effectively for the available research grants, which will enable them access quality research, guide policy based on evidence, publish and network for the betterment of Kenya and the global community. Therefore, with those remarks, I declare this workshop officially open and look forward to fruitful deliberations. Thank you. Just to add a word, I am seeing people, if we are going to network, I'm seeing people from the same universities sitting together. Please open up and move. Don't sit next to anybody that you know. Thank you.
Can we appreciate our acting VC? Yes, let's ensure we network. And if you are coming from Murang'a and you are sitting with a team from Murang'a, just know that you are not networking. And that is the truth. I see all who are in this table are from Murang'a. I see, yeah, it is good that we are able
to interact. So we'll be monitoring that very closely. I see people from University of Nairobi are sitting together. I don't know why they are doing that, but I'm sure we are going to improve. So let's appreciate our acting VC for those wonderful remarks. I know from ISTIC, there's the chair of the governing board who was not able to make it, but he has a video which is pre-recorded, and they have requested they can play the video. So as they play the video, once we are done, we will go outside for a photo session. And then now we'll have an opportunity to introduce our facilitators who will be supporting us in this workshop, isn't it? Yes, so if you allow me, you can play the video so that they can get the message. Thank you. Yes, thanks you once again. We've listened also from the chair of ISTIC UNESCO governing body, and we are really privileged and humbled that to have our supporters or financiers, that is National Research Fund Kenya, together with Maseno University, Murang'a University of Technology, and ISTIC, together with ASTEPI, supporting this event. We thank them most sincerely.
Thank you, Prof. We just would like to take the opportunity to introduce our chair of the ISTIC Governing Board. Our chair is Professor Muhammad Basharuddin Abdul Rahman, who is currently the Senior Professor of Chemistry and Dean of the Faculty of Science, University Putra, Malaysia. And his research interests actually include biocatalysis, chemical biology, and computational chemistry. And his research interests encompass broad areas from single atom to complex biomolecules. And he was appointed as our chair in July last year. So, thank you.
Can we appreciate him better, the chair of the ISTIC Governing Board? Just like I said, we'll be able to go out for a photo session, and then now we come back to business, isn't it? We have an opportunity to meet our facilitators for this workshop. So we take just 5 minutes. It will be in front of the building, and we make sure within 5 minutes we are back. You can use the stairs, you can use the lift, but just at the front of the building, you'll find me there. So they'll be able to do the photo session. Thank you.
training. All universities represented in this forum are young universities like ourselves. Technical University of Kenya was chartered in 2013, together with the Murang'a University of Technology. So all of us have aspirations to enhance our capacity for research. I will say that all universities represented here are currently teaching intensive. What that means is that all of us aspire to be research as well as teaching intensive universities, and we can't do that if we have not put in place capacity for research, capacity for infrastructure to do research, and we need to also enhance capacity for us to write quality proposals that can be funded by big organizations in the world. So this is a very good activity that is going to play a very important role in putting in place the very much needed capacity for our staff members to be able to have capacity to attract research grants. I looked at the schedule of the presentations and seminars and the speakers you have, and I thought that you are very exciting topics of discussion, and the way in which this has been thought about, that at the end of this training, those of you who are here, you'll have something that is tangible that you can submit for funding as a proposal. So I want to express my gratitude to be here. The Technical University of Kenya fully supports this activity, and we hope that we'll have further opportunities for collaboration on the same. With those few remarks, thanks very much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
So thank you very much, the DVC from TUK. We can appreciate him again. Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Dennis Otieno from Murang'a University. Now I'll be facilitating this session. And now we get down to business so that we get our real take-homes. Now for this session, I'll welcome Madam Sherizad Dalan to come and introduce the facilitators. So we appreciate her as she comes.
Can you hear me? Thank you, everyone. So before we begin with the training, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce the esteemed trainers who will guide us through the workshop. But before that, in addition to the welcome speech by our chair and all the esteemed speakers, on behalf of ISTIC UNESCO, the main funder and organizer of this workshop, we would like to highlight that this workshop is our contribution to developing the capacity of the early and mid-career researchers, or EMCRs. And since we are funded by the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Malaysia, I would also like to put on record that this is Malaysia's contribution to international science and Malaysia's support to the South-South cooperation principles. And as with all our programs, we view this workshop not as a singular event, but as the initiation of an ongoing, sustainable, impactful initiative. So we hope that this will mark the beginning of enduring collaborations among all the stakeholders involved. So we are running late, so let me do this quickly. Let me introduce my trainers. So we have with us Prof. Sumro Manzoor Hussain, of Prof. Manzoor, who is an eminent scientist of Pakistan. So previously served as the chairman of Pakistan Science Foundation, the Director General, Pakistan Museum of Natural History, the DG of Pakistan Scientific and Technological Information Center, or PASTIC. So this is just some of the highlights of his illustrious career. So he is currently our governing board member, the Vice President of BRISAC, honorary professors of the Beijing Technology and Business University, and Prof. Sumro has extensively published in the fields of plant protection, biodiversity conservation, science education, science communication, sustainable development, and SNT-based economic development. So he so far has to his credit 6 industrial patents, 9 virus gene sequences, numerous science documentaries, and over 225 publications, including books, chapters, research papers, articles, and many radio and TV programs. So he will be bringing his experience, expertise, and wisdom definitely to the training. And our second trainer is Dr. Nyanganyura, who is an atmospheric physicist with a special focus on boundary layer physics and air pollutants transport modeling. And he worked on how the pollutants impact on human health, environment, and climate. So he has a vested interest in issues that promote interdisciplinary research collaborations, as well as to bridge and foster the science policy interface. He is currently the director of the Future Africa Hub Leadership Center and the executive director of STP, where he is spearheading activities that foster research for development, technology, innovation, and transfer, and STI policy development. So he previously worked for many, many years as regional director for the International Science Council Regional Office for Africa. Thank you, Dr. So another of our esteemed trainer is Dr. Nora Shikin Muhammad Yusuf, or you can call her Dr. Shikin. Dr. Shikin started her professional career as an advocate and solicitor before joining the academic world. So she currently serves at Perdana Center of Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy, University of Technology Malaysia, or UTM. And she's just one of the very few academicians specializing in policy making, policy instruments, analysis, and implementation. And most importantly, she has received several international grants, especially on intellectual property. So she will be sharing her experience with our group today. So that is our 3 trainers for this training that we're having. So I will pass the floor and the session to Prof. Manzo, who will start the session and who will firstly go through the technical part of the training. So all the best, and thank you, everyone.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Madam Sharizad. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hello, good morning. Ni hao and habari zeno. So, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm in Kenya for the first time. And of course, to this very beautiful university for the first time. I graduated from an agriculture university where we also had green campus, but nothing like what I see here today. So I think we always, as human beings, complain about things, but I think we should also cherish what we have. And this is one single thing that this region or this university, faculty, staff, students should really cherish, that you are already living in heaven. Okay? Well, I am, of course, I've been a scientific organizations manager, part of a number of global forums and networks. I am a member of the Global Council of Inter-Academy Partnership Science Education Program. So, as a science educationist, I'm a professor of plant protection. I'm a science diplomat, have been establishing and managing some intergovernmental organizations. I worked for UN, but I am a student and I continue to learn, and this occasion hopefully will also add to my understanding and knowledge. And learning, in my opinion, is not a one-way. It's not an empty barrel approach that you open a lid, put the knowledge in, and somebody is ready. It's over a period of time. And in 21st century, I think skills are far more important. And skills come with practice. You cannot memorize skills. You have to do hands-on. And that's why, from my core of my heart, I always believe in hands-on learning and two-way communication rather than one-way communication. Well, let's get back to our business. Although it says the East African Regional Capacity Building Workshop. I was expecting that there would be some people from neighboring countries, but never mind. This is probably the start. And if we do any subsequent capacity building workshop in the region, then hopefully we would have more people, maybe within Kenya or elsewhere. Already somebody mentioned in the morning that this is about proposal writing, but also networking. And very rightly it was said that if you really want to network, then please don't sit together with your own colleagues from your own university. And I share with you my own experience as a student of PhD. And I was in my 20s when I went for PhD in the UK, in England, at the University of Reading. Coming from a former British colony and a culture where the young ones are not supposed to be talking much in front of the elders. And when I got to University of Reading, all the senior professors, I would keep quiet. And once my supervisor asked me if I was homesick or anything, I said, no, because you are all seniors, so I just keep quiet. And with time, I realized that if I have to expand my network, I must go forward, introduce myself, and what I do, what my interests are, and then ask somebody else. And that way, you increase the network, because it's always a two-way communication. Of course, age also makes the difference. So I hope that here, if there are these groups, I don't think they are, have been made formally, so you can intermingle, you can change your seats, or when there are breaks, because when I say learning is two-way mechanism, means something, I mean, I see that a good number, almost half of the participants have higher degrees, they have PhDs and so on. Going through a process of PhD, I think it already enables you to understand what research is, why we do it, and how we do it. But you can get clarification of some of the things that you may not be well versed with, only by talking to other people and learning from their experiences. Okay, so let's start. And initially, giving you an overview what is required for preparing a proposal. As I was introduced, I am of course a member of the State Governing Board, and Shahrizad, if I am not wrong, currently I am probably one of the longest running board member, because I've been there for quite a few years. This is my at least third or fourth tenure maybe. But I work with the Chinese, and I am an elected vice president of the Belt and Road International Science Education Consortium. So I can offer a number of other clarifications. But then here, mainly I am because I have been chairperson or president of Pakistan Science Foundation, which is an autonomous body under the Ministry of Science and Technology, and a funding agency, a research funding agency, and the science promotion organization. So my perspective, although I continue to undertake a little bit of research, and the latest that I wrote was a textbook for universities. But my point of view in research proposal writing would mainly be from an agency which actually receives the proposals, evaluates it, and grants or rejects. So that is only our experience. You may have a different experience, and that is what then we could try to discuss when we have time for that. Okay. The research, as you all know, always begins with a problem or a question. Now, many a times, people say that you have a list and you say, I want to do this. Well, why do you want to do that? What is the need for that? Essentially, as a researcher, see, something is happening in nature. You are only researching it. Means something that already takes place in nature, but we the humans do not know as to how it is happening, what are the factors, and so on. And you look at the existing knowledge, what is already been done, and then you see what are the gaps, what are some of the unanswered questions. So you go step by step, and it's not one person's job. The whole world for centuries had been doing research, and we continue to identify gaps and undertake more research. Of course, with the number of other factors, and we were astonished to see last night on the television that there was so much of flooding, including the Jomo Kenyatta airport was flooded. And just a couple of weeks ago, you saw what happened in United Arab Emirates, Dubai, and Oman. Also earlier on in Saudi Arabia, in China also. So these changes are continuously taking place, but we have to identify those gaps, and gap is the issue or the problem. Of course, you have expectations as to what you want to do, but then the reality is important. What is possible to be done given the situation, and though that situation would mean that your capacity, your facility, your resources, including the human resources, whether you have those or not. And so the function of a research proposal can be communicated. The function of the proposal can be explained in three ways. One is communication. Now, an investigator's research plans to those who provide consultation or disburse funds. So you have to communicate with them. And for communication, if I want to communicate with this gentleman, I must know what language he understands. Little bit also as to what his priorities are. When we introduce each other, we try to find some common grounds. And then we start our dialogue as individuals, but also as organizations, we look at the objectives. So that's communication, and then plan. Plan serves as a plan of action. These are really main keywords for a research proposal. And you enter into a contract with the funding agency. I see many people taking notes. I, as a student, I only take notes of something that I find new. Otherwise, I try to concentrate on understanding so that I can interpret in my own way, in my own context, and in my surroundings. Okay, so how do you select a project? A proposal has three main points. Although I would have done it in a slightly different way, I would engage you, the participants, to share your point of view. But we are already delayed, so I just want to go through this. And once we catch up with time, then hopefully we could slightly modify to be more interactive, because after all, we are calling this a workshop. And workshop is not a monologue. It has to be interactive. Anyway, so proposal has three main points. Explanation of the research that you are proposing. And why do you explain? Because you want to communicate to the donor agency as to what you want to do. And the next is how you want to do. What are the methodologies? And obviously, those who are funding research, they have their expertise, panel of experts who have had experience not only in research, but also funding, also looking at the global scenarios, the national priorities, and so on. And therefore, in that context, you have to see how you want to do. And then, what is novelty or the importance of that study? Why should you be doing it? Is there any need? And we go back to the first question of gap identification. Right. So, what kind of research can be funded? I mean, as an expert of a particular area that you did your PhD in, because you have expertise in that and you have done those procedures, you are well versed, you want to do that. But if that is not required around you, in your society, in your country, then I don't see any point in doing that. But then, do you have money with you so that you can do your desired activity? Or is it that you are looking for money? Now, if you are looking for funding, then obviously you have to look at the priority areas of that funding agency. I mean, it will be a long story, but quickly I can tell you why, as a researcher, I was working in the lab for almost a decade. But I applied to the organization that I ultimately headed, Pakistan Science Foundation. My research proposal was not approved. It was rejected. And that was my personal curiosity to actually go and find out why my proposal was not accepted. I thought it was a brilliant project, and I had reviewed literature, I had mentioned references and so on. And I ended up with applying for a job there, being selected, and only then I realized that because I did not look at the priorities of that organization, because every organization usually has their priority list. So, the research that you really want to do, for that, you need to find a sponsor who is willing to support your idea, which means You can't rely on just one single idea because that may not click to others. And we talk about that later. And topics that some sponsor actually even advertise. Some funding agency will issue a call for proposals in certain areas. Now, you have to then prepare your proposal accordingly to address those priority areas, aspects that are that have been advertised by that agency, because you are responding to that call for proposals. And I can tell you, today's world is not a single discipline world. It's a multidisciplinary. And a physicist can join a chemist and an environmentalist as well as an engineer to jointly put up a proposal. So if they have asked for developing certain technologies to address certain environmental issues, and if you have the right team, you can, even though you yourself are not of that, for example, you are from an education school or a faculty of education. Now you would say, well, they are asking about environment, this and that. This is not my field. I can tell you that if you have right team, you stand a strong chance, because if you want to build the capacity of people in environmental education or environmental sciences, you need a pedagogy expert. And pedagogy expert can then lead that program by engaging an environmentalist, an engineer, and so on. So how do you select the project? We already talked about it. You need to know your funding agency and the funding agency's priorities. Well, nobody would ever invite you personally to apply for funding. It says that it will never happen, and it will never happen in future too. Because there are no, you can't get charity for undertaking research. You have to convince people and convince through your research proposal. We said know your funding agency, and therefore you look for the appropriate funding agency which has provision for supporting the type of work that you want to undertake. And once you identify the funding agency, then analyze these aspects. What is the mandate of that agency? And I told you my personal story that I landed in a funding agency. Then regions or countries of the mandate. What region they want to support activity? Is it a provincial? Is it a state? Or is it a country level? Or is it a region or a continental? Or is it something global? And for young faculty, I wonder whether anybody knows about IFS. Anybody knows IFS? It's an international funding agency. International Foundation for Science. That's Sweden? Is it Swedish? Yes? Swedish. That's for the young people. So, and then of course the amount or support that they offer and what are their priority areas. So still knowing the funding agency, you should know what are their schedules of proposals. I mean, there are agencies which would say you can continue to send proposals and they would have periodic assessments and a continuous funding. For example, the agency that I worked for, Pakistan Science Foundation, they only when they have a specific funding from the government or an international organization, they send for call for proposals only in that specific area, and then they would have a deadline. But otherwise, for their normal research funding, it's a continuous process. You can send every 3 months or so, they would have a technical committee meeting, they will evaluate. Now, this you have to see in your own context as to the funding agency at national level, for example, NRF, what is their mandate, what is their scope, what is their priority areas, and so on. And then a format. Now, usually all agencies would have their own format for research proposal or research application. So you have to download that form and fill that. Although you may have prepared a concept proposal with all the related literature, but ultimately you get on to that format. The magnitude of support, you have to see how much funding agency can support, how much you are planning, and what are other possible support sources, and then what is their process of evaluation. This is very, very important. Many times an excellent concept may not be accepted, approved, or funded because if the proposal is not well formulated, and if you did not look at the process, keep in mind that every agency would have the proposal peer reviewed. So your peers will be reviewing it, and that's where also it depends on cultural settings, but your networking and your credibility of research done already or research published already can help. This is an example from, again, Pakistan Science Foundation. There's a Natural Sciences Linkage Program, NSLP. PSF stands for Pakistan Science Foundation. They have priority areas. The collection, evaluation, and exchange of germ plasma, because NSLP is basically US supported, originally US supported PL480 proceeds that were donated to Pakistan. Unfortunately, in lieu of the F-16 fighter jets that Pakistan was procuring from USA. And as always, USA, even though they agree with you, but they may back out for their own interests. And so they backed out. They didn't provide us the F-16s. And then in lieu of that, they said, okay, you have some PL480 agriculture program, and some of the stuff we are sending, some of the stuff is already lying in Pakistan. So you take that, and the sale proceeds of that money were then shifted. And thank God, at that time, people and the planning commission were very sensible. So what they did was they said, well, this is money that had already been shifted out. Now that we are getting this money, it's not part of our running budget. Let's put it in, some endowment funds. So they created 4 endowment funds. One was exclusively for agriculture. The other one was this Natural Sciences Linkage Program with the Pakistan Science Foundation and a couple of others at different organizations. So these are the priority areas. Now, any project addressing these issues can come into it. And look at the range of it. The germplasm, the genomics, stress biology, bioinformatics, sustainable agriculture production, application of information technology, now you see the IT is everywhere, and now we have artificial intelligence. But again, I go back to my earlier point that when you are preparing the proposal, it's not a single discipline that can address all aspects. For example, the IT is all around. Now, artificial intelligence is involved in everything, which means whatever discipline is your main to address certain issues, you need to have technologists and perhaps AI experts to be part of that. Again, this is continuous of that list of priority areas. Similarly, number of other organizations will also have priorities, and you need to look at that. One of the winning criteria for that program is the utilization of research results. This is the first priority, because they say that, nowadays policymakers, politicians, they always talk about this. They say, oh, well, universities do basic research, and only they publish papers, their reports are sitting in the shelves, and no benefit to the society. So you have to demonstrate in your proposal as to how you are going to utilize that research, who is your, in other words, end user of that research that you undertake, spend 2-3 years or 4 years, and certain amount of money, and what that research would have economic impact. Now, when we started this, and I had the privilege of actually initiating this fund program way back in 2010 and onwards, when we asked the researchers in the pro pharma, we developed a question of whether any private agency or an industry will be a stakeholder of this research proposal, or the least, who will be using your findings, who will be your end user. And we wanted preferably some financial stakes from that industry, if not at least a commitment by them that they will try and utilize these research results into their own business. Because if you talk about economic development, economic impact, or wealth generation, you need to have a plan as to how and who will help you there. Whether there would be any import substitution, because to reduce your import bill, if there is substitution, or if there is any export potential. Also, because of this flooding of technologies, you can always rely more on yourself if you have some indigenous development of technology. So these are some of the usually policymakers, politicians, government's priorities. And what are the societal needs? Are you addressing an issue that is prevalent in society? Or is it that because you have an expertise in analytical chemistry, you just want to analyze? Analyze for what? What is the benefit? Yep. It's on. I think it looks as if you should write down your questions, and we can have at the end. How do you see it, Madam Sharizad? She is the director, see? Questions? I think it's better to have it at the end. Although I am very willing, but the time will probably then push it a little bit in difficult situation. Okay, so now we come to the winning criteria. What are the problems and issues that you are addressing? We already talked about the productivity. So it's not only productivity. And if we talk about the farmers, many a times the government will say, oh, you increase the yield so that food productivity is enhanced. But I come personally from a farming family, and I know that my father always used to do the economic analysis in his own way to see whether this is going to be profitable for me or not. So the profitability is also very, very important. You may not be producing too much, but if you work with the economists and set parameters which indicate, demonstrate that actually your research is going to be adding to the profits of the stakeholders. If you are producing something, would it have a greater shelf life? Or are you developing something new product? Would it have a market? Are you going to generate some employment as a result of that research? Are you going to manage disease, let's say in livestock or crops, or humans for that matter? Are you going to utilize some of the local resources, or will you be only depending on import of equipment and technology and some of the other material? Because that will have its own implications. And I know one of the projects that we funded was on biofuel production from fungi, from fungus. I think it was Aspergillus niger. Then the researchers who got that proposal were facing difficulty in having a certain reagent, a chemical, which was being imported. And because in 1998, Pakistan exploded the nuclear device, there were sanctions from the, even if they call it a UN sanction, they are a US sanctions. So those sanctions created problems, and therefore that project was also affected. But we continue to communicate with the scientists and also with the high policymakers and customs, and we could then do console the researchers that it's not your fault. Something is you planned it, it's not happening, so always there are assumptions. And of course, if there is a vaccine development or value addition, but community service, I think in business development, and I think at least one lady is from the management sciences, business development. You talk about triple helix, but now they also call about the fourth component or quadruple helix, the community service, if there is any community service. Well, some of the other winning themes, university-industry linkages. And you hear nowadays all around the globe, universities are being asked to engage with industry. And the first, of course, step is to develop a linkage. And Madam Vice Chancellor is sitting here. Thank you, Madam, for staying so long. But I think many countries now have an exclusive unit or a directorate for these linkages. And I know that you also have, probably it's their domain to interact with the linkages. But what happens in practice in many countries that I have seen is they assign this associate professor to head that unit. Now, this associate professor has expertise in teaching a particular discipline. Business development is a different ball game. And when it comes to actually working with the industrialists, manufacturers or entrepreneurs, you need a different kind of expertise. And I think those universities who actually have engaged some of the business development experts and entrepreneurial mindset people, they have done better. Their linkages are stronger. They are even getting money from private sector industries through the chambers of commerce and industry, or even direct from the industry. So your university-industry linkages, if they are being developed, indigenous technology development, we already mentioned, whether you have a commercialization framework already developed and you can sell that. We already have a mechanism. If the research outcome, we can put it through this. We have a startup or an incubator. We can put this to that and expose it to the industry and so on. Would that be patentable? Would you be able to get patents? And already I have said about the specific end user. So these are some of the winning criteria. Now, I have been talking about the expertise, the team development. And nowadays, I think just single discipline approach doesn't really work. And even you see some of the international research papers, particularly in medical sciences, social sciences, you have to justify, even when you submit a research paper for publication, as to who has done what, who took what responsibility. And that's where you bring the groups in from different backgrounds, so to complete that cycle. You cannot have just one component and keep it with yourself or a shelf. So does my team have all the relevant skills, techniques, and knowledge? And I have said it, and I will continue to say that. Should I consider additional training or recruiting a new personnel? Now, universities, in my opinion, have a wonderful setting, but it's also very unfortunate. Exceptions are always there, but generally, universities, departments don't talk to each other within one university. Even the facilities sometimes are underutilized because they say, oh, this is chemistry department. The physics department is not allowed to go and utilize their machinery. Although when you procure new, it would be additional cost, of course, to your nation, to your university. So having the team is very, very important. And if there's any additional training or capacity building required, that also can be done. And that's where the role of university management is very important. I mean, for example, for this training, obviously, this university's leadership has been pursuing STIC and other organizations to organize this. Then you look at your own capacity in terms of the collaborations to achieve the goals. What type of people we need, what type of organization we need, are they all on board? And am I ready to be full investigator? I mean, if this is more of my field, then I could be myself an investigator. But yet, even though it's my idea, I can go to Daniel for modeling and so on, and perhaps think that if the balance is more on that side, I request him to lead the project, and I work as a co-PI. And there could be more than one co-principal investigators. Should I seek a mentor? Do I need support? And particularly, I talked about IFS, the International Foundation for Science. They always, because they give projects to young scientists, they always have a mentor. So that with an experience and an alumnus of IFS will be mentoring that young researcher, even if not physically around, remotely also, and guiding the person, and the agency would be satisfied that one of their alumnus is actually guiding the new researcher. Now, winning research team is very important, and you might see some of the repetitions of some of the words, but that is to re-emphasize on the importance and the need of having a good team. Selecting the right partners is really, really very critically important. So you recruit suitable research team, which is not committed to, not only committed to improving their research skills, but very importantly, motivated towards achieving the research targets. I established a new organization, intergovernmental organization of 10 countries in 2011. And I was very choosy as the founder president of that organization called the Economic Cooperation Organization Science Foundation. I was very choosy in selecting staff, even T-boy, because I wanted somebody who is motivated to do things so that we don't need a monitor or a supervisor checking on them. Because particularly when you are mission oriented, you look at the mission and everybody is as if head of that mission, and that's the dedication that is required. So you have to have motivational people. This has been very successful to identify the champions in the field for networking and collaboration. There are people, ISTIC founding chair of the ISTIC governing board, founder of the Academy of Science Malaysia, one of the founders, Dr. Lee Chong, and founder of ISTIC, a very good friend of mine. People like him who champion a cause and they carry over decades pursuing that in a region, in a country, beyond that at a global level, and they come to know, and that approach led him to become president of World Federation of Engineering. He became president of ASEAN Academy of Engineering and Technology. He was a member of the task force of Secretary General of United Nations for Millennium Development Goals. So champions play a major role, and then recruit sufficient number of participants in an activity. So where to conduct the research project? I mentioned earlier on the credibility of participating institutions, the credibility of participating researchers is very important, because they have already, and I know that a new idea, a concept with a young PhD maybe comes from Europe or Malaysia, wherever, has an excellent idea, but is very young. And if you associate with a champion who has great networking and established credibility at a global level, then you increase your chances of winning, not only because of the name attached to it, but also when you attach the name, that person will not add his or her name until and unless actually reviews that proposal. And when one reviews that proposal, that kind of person then would also modify or add value to that, and that becomes your better proposal. So the institutional strength, and very often when you write a proposal, you write your own institution's strengths, what you have. What are the available facilities, whether you have infrastructure, and what are other partnering institutions going to contribute towards the project. These are some of the aspects that are important. Now, in some of the survey studies, humans are involved, and you need to have an informed consent before you actually initiate that. And many a times there are committees within country, within university, which actually clear those projects for further processing. There could be ethics committee, there could be biosafety committee, or biosecurity, and so on. But the participating people must be given enough information about the project, its targets, and so on, because they have the right to make an informed decision whether they want to participate or otherwise. And that should be voluntary, not forced. Not that you influence Madam Vice Chancellor to convince somebody to be part of your project. And I can assure you that that project will not work if somebody has been forced or influenced by somebody to be part of it. That's why the individual's motivational level is very, very important. And their consent, particularly when you come into surveys and social sciences research projects, or some of the medical research projects where human, I don't want to use the word, but usually it's used, the human subjects or the participants of that study, you have to have a written, informed consent and their agreement. And the research ethics. So as I said, there is always a committee, and if this university does not have, perhaps this will help Madam Vice Chancellor to actually have an internal ethics committee. Any research has to be looked at by them so that no ethics issues appear. And there are copyrights and so on, that's also part of it. Then material transfer agreement, when you particularly transport things or live material from one place to another, you need to have agreement. And there are copyrights and confidentiality which must be taken care of. What are the team development failures? I think one learns from one's failures. And I told you that I went for a job in funding agency after I failed to get a grant. So what if the team is not selected appropriately? What happens? Then it could be misled or directed wrongly. It could be incompetent, mismatched expertise, low moral and spiritual sort of involvement, or if they are acting unethically or indulging in disputes. This is something that is bound to failures. You are looking at time, so where we are? How much time do I have? Okay. Yep. Okay, so we could have a discussion once I finish it. Yeah. Okay, plenty of time. Okay, so stakeholder analysis is another very, very important aspect. Now, we can go into the details of all these components, but this is a presentation to give you an overview as to what are some of the things. And you can write down your questions, we can discuss. And we, as I said in the beginning, we learn from each other's experiences. You are all experienced people, and even if doing same thing in different countries would mean something different and interpret differently. So stakeholder analysis is very, very important. I've been talking about end users. Who are the end users? What are the research? What will be benefit to farmers? What will be benefit to researchers? What will be benefit to industry, the institutions? Or would there be local buyers or exporters? Are they addressing the donor agencies' priorities and the impact on the society? So these are all important aspects that you should do the analysis as to where you stand. And this is all more of a self-assessment, really. And for this, I will talk later on, but I can say it here also, that you should then have a checklist. Because as a human, we have new knowledge, and the existing goes into the background, so we may forget, and therefore it's always very useful to have a checklist written down, and you can verify that you have done this and you have done that. And that is also very useful for not only for a single activity of research proposal writing, but also for any other activity that you do. An event like this, as an organizers, we always prepare a checklist as to what is to be done, who will do what, and what will be the deadline, and so on. So managing your own time, managing your actions is very important. If you cannot manage yourself, then I doubt you can manage others. Okay, so now we go on to practically developing a proposal. And we said asking questions to yourself, reviewing literature, you finding out the gaps, identifying that, and then you develop an idea and concept. So literature search is very, very important, because you want to see what has already been done in the area that you want to do, and what are the gaps, and that's where your idea then develop. So you do a critical review of literature, and then you formulate research question, giving a justification or a rationale. Okay, I think I can stop here, and what has been said, you can raise questions. If I am able to answer, I would, or I ask my colleagues, the STIC team, to help me. Okay, so any questions? Sir, you were saying something earlier on, if you have not forgotten the question. Yeah, you had asked questions, whether we ask questions now or later. Okay, okay.
What exactly is societal needs? You know, you had put the categories.
Okay, okay.
And then to me, everything is societal needs. Everything on earth.
Well, when you say everything, it means nothing to me. See, it's easier said than done. You have to spell out what and in what priority. What is your priority number one? If there's a flood, people are, drowning. Do we bring them out of that flood? Or do I go and conduct an experiment in my lab? That's where you have to prioritize. And not everything will be really everything. Thank you. Yes, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. There was something you raised on ethical issues. And in some cases, we find this observation research, where you go, like this team that is seated here, you come with cameras and you start taking images of what they are doing. Now, if maybe you find somebody is on watching a movie and is here, it's unethical. So the question is this: when should you seek the consent, before or after? When should you seek the consent, before or after collecting the data?
Oh, the word said prior consent, prior informed consent. So it's always prior, it's before. No, if you're studying a behavior, you first explain what you want to do and get their consent. And for the ethics committees, there are always procedure written down as to what you do. And very often there is questionnaires and the forms to be filled in. Okay? Yes? Anyone else, or should I move ahead? Yes, madam. Okay, you go ahead. Gentlemen, you say something and then...
Okay, thank you. I think for me, you mentioned something very critical to us, where you said departments do not speak to each other. And most of us are coming from our either local or private universities in our respective countries. How do you solve this? Because it is actually a picture of what is happening.
Well, in my opinion, you solve it this way. Hello, I'm Manzoor Sumro. I'm a professor of plant protection, and you are a professor of environment. I have some issues of environment affecting my studies. Can you help me? Can we work together? Let's sit down. This is my proposal. Please review that and we get that. So you have to go out of your, what is called? Comfort zone. Go out of your comfort zone and talk to people, communicate. Keeping in mind that a person, an individual cannot be the expert of everything. And what I say is, I'm a believer, God has created every individual absolutely an independent entity. And science has also proven that every individual is different. Now, if every individual is different, means at least there would be one quality in each one of us which probably nobody else in the world might have. Not I'm saying that just around here, but probably not in the world might have. So, analyzing myself, discovering myself helps a lot. And you go out of your comfort zone, and that way you can communicate. Now, in an administrative unit like a university, you do need a word of support in this respect from the management. I think this is also for the leadership, and lucky for us, our acting Vice Chancellor is sitting here. So a word to all the departments, or probably you can make up a committee. I'm sure there's a Dean's Committee, there's a COD's committee and so on. But do they address these aspects or not? Today, research is not a single domain. It's multidisciplinary. You go and look at the research papers published in the Nature, and you find that there are 30 authors from different parts of the world. So that's it. Yes, Madam Chicken.
All right, thank you, Prof. Can I just add to both questions.
Sure.
It's about the prior consent. It is good that you get the the consent before you start the research, because sometimes when you are involving government documents, those documents are maybe confidential, top secret documents which the government is not willing to share. So you need to understand whether they are willing to, how much data that you would be getting for your research. Because sometimes if you don't clarify that, then in the middle of your research you find out, you cannot do the publication because it involves government restriction. It's a confidential document. So it is good that you go and get the consent from all these parties so that they are aware what you're doing. And sometimes the best thing is that they would help you. They say that they would channel you to the right people. Go to these people. So you are not involving the right parties. I think your research component is not complete if you don't ask these people. Go and rope them in. So that's a good thing about having the consent. And it all started with communication and networking. I do agree, because that actually it helps. Of course, it is tough, especially I do not know about your culture, but from our culture, my culture, it is tough for us, for women, Muslim. They have certain perspective. So for us, so we're going to look at what would be the policy, what would be the law. So we have 10. So the people doesn't need to be from the same area. It can be from any other faculties, as long as you have the same interest. For example, my research group, none of us come from the same background. I have a psychologist, I have a legal, that's me. I have a social scientist. I have someone from the environment. I have someone from the disaster. I have someone from the IT and from the engineering. So none of us is the same. But we speak common language. It's for policy, for AI. So that's how actually we break barriers within the university. Yes, sir.
Of course, the issue of AI, ethics in research is a complicated one, but at all times, informed consent must precede the research. But especially on research that touches on human behavior, there is that bias. For example, this camera is live. If you're just seated and then you realize the camera is focused on you, there is a way you will try to behave and give on, concentrate or try to put on another image. If, for example, you're doing a research on maybe household expenditure, there is a way people try to bias when especially they understand the use of that research. There is a way human bias comes in. So maybe if you could comment on that.
Yes, I came across the same thing. But we all studied research methodology, right? We studied about the validation of research instrument. So it depends on, let's say, if your research involved with survey. So in your survey question, definitely you would put up some question to catch the outliers. The software, the SPSS or the NVivo, depends on whether it's for survey. Normally we use SPSS. The SPSS would catch who are the outliers. So you can set them aside. For example, what about the qualitative, whereby you interview, you have an interview, you have a focus group discussion, whereby their answers are more narrative. There is no yet software that can catch who are actually lying, whether they are telling the truth or not. Still we can, because there is a method whereby we call it as a, of course you need to validate the instrument, the interview questions or the focus group discussion. And then once you get the data, how do you validate this data and how do you make sure that actually you can catch out those outliers? I think in the research methodology class, there is a class or topic on triangulation, whereby you triangulate all the findings from the literature review, from the interview, from the survey, from the focus group discussion. And you triangulate and you see what. So you look for, of course we cannot find 100% correct, but you know at least 80 to 90% it is correct, because you see who are actually telling the most common thing. There are anomalies and there are common factors. So then you, in your analysis, you explain which you think, then you have to justify. And that would be the strength of your research, your proposal. You need to convince the sponsors or whoever is going to validate your research findings. Because a good research proposal, a good findings of a research, by the end of the day, the good practice is that, the best practice is that you go and validate your findings with the expert. They would tell you. Sometimes we, as a researcher, we might be biased. We ourselves are biased. We wish to impose something, but the expert, the industrial expert, the academic expert will tell you what actually is, and then you have to do the adjustment.
Thank you. Thank you, Shiken. I think this was an important question, but ethics in different cultures also, varies. In 2010, for the first time, I visited a primary school in Paris, where when we were taken there, we were, building the capacity of our school teachers in inquiry-based science education. So we went there to see how the French teachers are communicating with children. And the first thing we were told, not to take pictures of children, because we have not obtained the consent from their parents whether they can be pictured or not. Although there are a number of brochures, this and that, there are pictures of children, but those who they have already got permission. Now, you are absolutely right. Camera comes around, you may be in a different mood or mode or doing whatever, then that points out to something else. So it varies in cultures, but I think each one can look at their own context as to what is really required in ethics. Yes, there were a few hands from that side. Yeah, Daniel, please.
I just want to emphasize a point which you made and she also made. We are getting into an era of research which was not there when we were growing up. I told you I'm a physicist. I put or they are chemical or the environmentalist. So I think, but now, if we're looking at the situation at hand, we really have to do collaboration, interdisciplinary research. If we need to answer questions of society, we need social science. There, when we are developing the concept, in the beginning, when we have a concept and we have a budget to bring them on board, then we will miss their contribution. I think this environment here, we have a situation, I was listening to a number of people, the engineers are here, the educators are here. this, when we are developing a proposal going forward, don't go alone. Are looking also in the situation where how many are from the social sciences and how many, the gender issue as well, the young scientists. I think when we are developing the concept, let's involve everyone who is responsible in distributing information at the end.
He has answered because we are diversified in our disciplines. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Professor Dorothy, do you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to ask, in many of the proposals, if you are working with a team, one of the requirements is that you get a partner from one of the donor countries. Let's say, for example, we are working with UK Aid, that you must get a partner from UK. And some of us young universities maybe do not have networks from all those developed countries. So how does that one work? Thank you.
Yes, I think that's why it's important that when you get an opportunity to go for studies abroad, come back with a good reputation there so that you can build on that and strengthen the connectivity of your own institution. And all the top managers of research institutions and universities, they really appreciate those faculty. And I've seen, you know, a kind of a race within the university that, okay, this person, this young lady has come only very fresh PhD and appointed assistant professor. I have been here for so many years as a senior professor, yet the Madam Vice Chancellor listened to her and not to me. This is because that person has brought so much of a strength that I could not generate. Because the mindset has been that, okay, I am senior, I am expert. Not anymore. You see, even at school level, now children say that we don't need the teacher. The teacher tells us whatever, we already know that. So what's new? My own grandson keeps telling me, Baba, I go to school, whatever they say, I know it already, I don't want to go to school. And there are people who are actually, home schooling the children. So, I mean, it will always vary, and that's why I said you always look at your own context and act accordingly. These are just some of the basics and the principles that we discuss. You put them in your own context. Thank you. So, do you have one more question? Okay.
Thank you. My question was, assuming that you have a very well constituted team, a multidisciplinary constituted team, and got to the point where you have attracted funds, you've done your proposal and you've attracted funds, then along the way as you do your research, you realize that you have some gaps, you need some more expertise, and maybe some loan out to a sponsor, and probably this has the implication of additional cost maybe when you're accounting for funds. Thank you.
No, I think usually the organizations will not like any serious changes, modifications on the way. But, you build a trust and build partnership, but you may get surprises from even those who you thought were friends and trustworthy, because individuals have their own interests. So these are some of the pitfalls that we come across in our everyday life in every business. But I think funding agency at that stage, until and unless you have a very strong reason and your management is supporting that, because in the government system, for example, if you are putting up a proposal to NRF, And if you want to make change halfway in the project, this will be challenging. But if you think without that, the success of the project will not be, then you can write to them what you want to modify and why. And that must be supported by the management of your university and perhaps a little bit of advocacy or follow-up in the organization, because usually the organizations have their own committees and forums. So the desk officer will not just decide, they will present it to that particular forum or committee, which would have some of the experts from around the country. And they may or may decide in your favor. No guarantees. But this, you re-emphasize how important it is to think critically, evaluate your team critically at the planning stage, in the starting stage. If something has been planned well, there are good chances of success. But of course, there are always problems everywhere, and which are beyond your control. But I think in good faith, even if there are audit observations, in good faith they can also be forgiven if the researchers, if the investigators did not have any ill intention, God forbid. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just want to reply to one of the questions, I think, by Professor Mwata, getting collaborators overseas. For example, if you are applying for Humboldt Fellowship, Humboldt is based in Germany, then the requirement is that you must get a partner from one of the universities in Germany. So what I did is to do a blind search. We just click the universities in Germany, go to each university until I got a professor in the University of Berlin. And then we agreed and put a proposal. Although we didn't win, but that was a way of getting a partner overseas. You can do that also in the UK, in the US, Australia, like that. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you. If we have, do we have any statistician around? Anybody from statistics? Statistics? No? Statistics, yes. They always say that if you apply more times, you have a better chance, better probability of winning. And this is the learning. I spoke earlier on of learning from your own failures. And I'm here standing in front of you, benefiting from my failures. But you have to admit and also, revert back to analyze your capacities, capabilities, and also of the donor agency as to what they were looking for and what did you offer. Was there any deficiency? And then you continue and improve upon that, or maybe try some different agency. Okay, thank you. So I think we can now move further. So developing the idea and concept, literature search strategy, review of literature we talked about, and formulating research questions and giving justifications. I think these are really key words when you start preparing a proposal. So how is the idea development flow chart? That you collect the knowledge and information that is existing. What you personally know about what you want to prepare research proposal on, what your collaborators know, what is known in that scientific domain within the country and beyond, around the world. Because as a researcher, you really think like a global citizen. And unfortunately, many of the countries, regulatory and ministries, regulatory organizations and ministries have made the criteria for faculty that, oh, you should have published internationally and with a bigger impact factor and so on. I'm sorry if we continue as top managers pursuing that, we are not going to answer some of our own local questions. Because if an issue which is only within Kenya impacting Murang'a, then that research will not be published in Nature or for that matter in any other journal in the developed world. Because that issue is a local issue, whereas if you don't address that, even though that paper is not going to be published abroad, if you address that issue, then you are solving a local problem, which will have impact on the society, which will have an environmental impact, which will help the community. Now that is for actually those high-ups who develop the criteria and follow the criteria to actually create provision for that in there. So you review well and do the analysis and comprehend where you stand. Then go on to synthesize all in a small write-up, which becomes your rationale for the proposal. And you conclude, then there's a strategy for application as to now you start application because you have concluded what has been done around the world, within country, and what are the gaps, and now you want to go for proposals, and you have already done your necessary analysis. Okay, so when you think of the ideas, it is always that you keep those writing. You have rough ideas, and the number of ideas could be large. But don't only think in your mind. Personally, I would say keep writing those. Write those, then again look at them, review with your proposed partners, and see that the resources, if you have bigger ideas, you need more resources. And practically, it may not be humanly possible. So you narrow down, prioritize, harvest, say, let's say, out of 100, 10 ideas, and develop, because as you grow in that process, you would realize that some of the things are probably either very difficult or almost impossible. So you narrow down, and then ultimately it boils down to a single idea that you can implement, and that would have, you can put all your resources there to make it a success story. Okay, so the stage is in commercialization, because earlier on I talked about the application of research results or commercialization of research results, because that's the ultimate goal. And many a times they say that the scientific or research community doesn't really make enough money, at least in the normal process of the career. So see that your idea, whether it's a basic or applied nature, and where that research would be done. Now, many times, basic research is relatively easily done in the universities, but for applied nature work, you need those people who are working in the what's called the R&D organization, research and development organization, because they have more facilities, they have not burden of teaching, they have excellent facilities and good funding available for the infrastructure is there, facilities there, and they have some expertise. So that is then, or if you can partner with R&D organization officially within the proposal, that is even better. And there's the involvement of engineering also. Now, who takes the lead? Who takes the mandate to start with? What is the costing? And do you want to test it, applied research as a pilot level? Because many times it's much easier to, after basic, you have a pilot level research whereby you actually test that, whether it can go further or not, or you develop a prototype or a product, or you go into an incubation of that technology or product or process. And then also see what the market is. And this interaction is what is called the fit, and that can take you further. It is like, the commercialization funnel. That the process of scientific research and endeavors is linked to this phenomena, whereby you have large number of ideas, you narrow them down, filter them, and through the funnel, and at the end, you need something that is to be taken out in the market, which is tip of the funnel. And you have a mechanism of taking that further for commercialization. Now, I mean, this is somewhat similar, but put in a different context for better understanding as to how it actually finally happens. Well, a little bit about literature search strategy. You need to explore research topics. I think this is something that at least I was taught during my master's research as to how to consult library, how to search for what you want. Now dynamics has changed. Now it's more on the internet and online. And to tell you the truth, as the chairperson of Pakistan Science Foundation, we have been conducting trainings for researchers how to use search engines and what should be your keywords to search, because now on internet you give one word, there's thousands and millions of results. Now what do you look at? Of course it has improved now, and I think it probably gives you in a priority the nearest first, but yet it's a heck of a job. And there are people making money out of it. You give them the task, they do it for you using different keywords, and then they search. So you explore the topics and develop the research question and articulate the rationale, design the methods, but then this literature review, you cannot really go through the whole what you find. It's too much. So you have to be efficient and selective in reading that and keeping track of the references You can annotate those references, but in proposal, have the bibliography or so on. Personally, I mean, there are proposals where people put even a small section of research review, which is always in the thesis for degree. But personally, I think that's waste of time and is space in a proposal to have a separate section of research review. Instead, linked with the rationale and justification, I would put in background and introduction as to what is known in this area. You can have subheadings if you have a multifactorial research program that you are planning, or if it's a single topic, then you can have in a running format, but you can also give it a small subheading. So in introduction for me, in a research proposal, that's good enough. But then you have to be very selective that the references that you give are very, very relevant and minimum. And the language you use must be very clear. The funding agency will not like use of dubious words or probably or this is very important. This statement is not good enough. Why it is important, you have to tell that, supported with the data and the numbers also. Okay, the critical review of literature, understanding the purpose. Well, you have to stick to your objective and explain what are the developments in the field that are happening around the world and what has been accepted globally. Because some of the things, for example, in terms of pedagogy, globally it has been accepted that if you want to teach something to someone, now that someone may be a school child, a teacher, a university faculty, or a farmer, or a laborer who does not know how to read and write. So for all that, the inquiry-based learning pedagogy or method of teaching and learning has been proven. So you have to also understand it well as to it's acceptable around the globe. And then you argue what's the need and relevance of the study, ensuring adequate coverage and purposeful writing. Then you set the working style and the tone as to how you want to go about it. Okay, so you need to synthesize where we stand now. I mean, after this review, where you are. Are you okay? You understand it fully well? Or do you want to consult somebody in addition? And identify the research status and trends in your specific area. Because in the light of a critical review of literature that you did, then you synthesize and identify the status and the trends in that particular area. And formulate your question, giving the rationale. Okay, do we have any questions at this stage? Or we have already answered all those questions? Okay, so we are nearly there. Let me go further. And that's it. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions. We still have 4 minutes or 5 minutes. Yep. I know this is always pretty boring because you are listening to one person and not doing anything practically. And I think the temperature inside these concrete buildings, although in this region, the original old buildings will be slightly different than what we have now. And those are much cooler. This is a little bit warm. I could see earlier on some people actually trying to go to sleep. But that happens. So, any questions? If not, then I think we break. Thank you very much for your patience and cooperation. And I want to end this session with what I started, that we learn together. Learning is a two-way mechanism. It's not a one-way. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Manzoor. We've all participated, and I believe we are all learned. And to give thanks to Professor Manzoor, we'll give him a 3 factorial kind of clap. That will be 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, then 1. After that, we will get one person to pray for us, then we break for lunch. So we do a factorial clap. So we start. 1, 2, 3. So we touched enough, the followers of Jesus. Dr. Ndia, can you help us? Prayer for lunch.
Shall we pray for the lunch? Kindly, shall we pray? We thank you, Lord, for this moment. We pray for our lunch and we bless it in your name. Amen.
Good afternoon once again. Lunch is served where you had your tea break. So lunch is going to be exactly 1 hour so that you are able to catch up with time. So bon appétit. Merci.
structure, and then work on building that. Think yourself in that way, that you are developing a proposal and not, just copy paste. But in addition to reviewing the literature, what I said earlier on, I think reviewing some of the research proposals of other colleagues or, within your department, within your university, also helps how to design. Just like as starting researchers for our thesis, degree thesis, we used to consult some of the other theses on similar lines. That then helps. So these do's and don'ts serve as a critical purpose. I mean, research proposals are something that serve your purpose, convincing the reviewers of the value and the feasibility of your work. Therefore, always be hurdles. And they are not really, in my opinion, they are not to stop you, but they challenge you how to overcome. So you learn new skills. You learn new ways how to go over them. And when I talk about the collaboration and cooperation, I then again go back to sports of relay race, where you pass the cue on to somebody else who is energetic, you have exhausted your energy, and somebody else does it, and then you pool those ideas. Earlier on said that every one of us is different, and we must have at least one special quality which nobody else has, and if we know what is, every individual's quality or special capacity, and when you work as a team and pool those capacities, each one of us then has those 30 or 25 capabilities, and that's the beauty and that's the strength of cooperating and collaborating. For cooperation and collaboration, personally, if I have to share some ideas or thoughts, I'm always very open, and I never think what is in there for me. Of course, subject to availability of time, because time is the most precious commodity. But as a global citizens, if I know something, that knowledge is like, I don't know what's called in English, but it's amana. What is it called in English, madam? What? It's more than responsibility, actually, that something that I have gained is not only mine, it belongs to the people. It belongs to the world. And now with all these gadgets in our hands and in our pockets, we are actually global citizens. So, and knowledge is something that you spend, it increases. The more you spend knowledge, share with others, it increases, because you get feedback and the wisdom of other people as well. Okay, so what are the do's and don'ts? These are the challenges in conducting research. And I, as a team leader of many programs, always say, okay, let's not rush to actually undertake the activity. Let's plan first. Spend more time and some money on actually planning. Because if your plan is prepared well, then your activity is almost on the right track. So plan first and execute later. Now, challenge number one, because many a times when you talk to people, managers, everybody would say, oh, there's a paucity of funding. There are not enough funds. And I checked with the Vice Chancellor this morning about the university, and she said, oh, we don't have enough funding. This is universal. You go anywhere, it's very rare. Yes, those people who are strategic and they work in collaboration, they would say, well, money is not a problem. It's a secondary thing. Let's see what idea we have. First of all, if we have the idea. Anyway, so the budget is challenge number one. And challenge number two is the skills and expertise. So the people involved, how good are they in the skills that are required for the project that you want to prepare? And what are their expertise? And with due apologies to my friend this morning who said everything is important, was it, or something else? So you have to be really very, very specific. And then if the data is not enough, or you have searched and there's a huge set of data that is available. Now, how to prioritize that? These are some of the skills that we need, and it's quite a challenge. It's not an ordinary thing that, okay, you go to the library or you search on the net and you find it. It's with the facility of internet that everything is digitized, it becomes even more difficult. Because I grew up as a researcher in an environment where we did not have the internet or computer for that matter. So we used to use the library using those catalogs and the card system to refer where such and such a book or journal is lying. Now dynamics has changed. And in my intro, Madam told you that I was once Director General of the Pakistan Scientific and Technological Information Center. So we used to have this challenge, how to facilitate the researchers to search what they want. So we actually used to have some of the experts who could facilitate researchers through emailing and so on. And then the deadline or deadline and time. This is another important challenge. And finally, the deliverables as promised. What you promised in your proposal, that is challenge that you have to keep in mind. And all those you really have to have all the time in your mind when you are pursuing a proposal. Now, we must understand the do's and the don'ts. There are phases as we progress. A well-crafted and well-designed proposal can increase your chances of winning and securing funding. Your idea can get accepted into a program, and this is what I always challenge, particularly the younger lot. Very often what happens is that the decision making is done by people at a senior level. the proposal is written by young people. And because they have had experiences of failures, so they assume that the seniors won't let us prosper actually. So we have to either get support of some senior or we will not progress. But I think today the younger lot is more exposed to the world. They are more exposed to the technology and technological use. And I strongly feel that they have also better ideas. They are intelligent, they are sharp, and they have tools which older people are not so well versed. But if you can bring the two types of people together, then that makes your strength. And I grew up in a joint family, and if the grandparents are around, the wonderful school of learning, because they have gone through the process. So one thing which is cross-cutting is patience and consistency. And I think you learn that from old people and aged people. But younger lot have the energy and newer ideas, which I very strongly feel that can convince even the policymakers. And in my career, I at times had been the bad boy to challenge the big boss, and in public. Because when they are talking and they ask, if you have any question, I would raise my hand and put it directly to the person where on that public place they cannot lie or they cannot avoid. So you put them in a situation where they say, okay, I like to meet you. And once you get that chance of meeting that top person, then if you have done your homework well, that is your point to actually win the support of that, not individual, but the organization on an absolutely new idea which was not in the normal system. Okay, so the do's and don'ts of proposal writing equips you to present a compelling case for your research and navigate the proposal process effectively. I think I've already said that. Okay, setting up your, yourself for the success. This is more of a housekeeping issue. As I said earlier on, and in different words maybe, but I keep repeating this, that you must understand the requirements of the sponsor, the scope of research, and what are the limitations. And you can always have some unforeseen issues and the problems, but also identify and gather people, the right experts. We already talked about that. You have to have right skills. The number of people that you need to work in that project proposal. And I've seen some of the proposals where the evaluator said, oh, there's too much staff mentioned there. So therefore, you should be very clear. And if the agency is arguing with you to reduce the number, you must have a strong justification that this is the minimum prerequisite for implementing this. And you should be strong enough, courageous enough to even, reject the approval as a researcher. Okay, if you cannot provide this much, sorry, I cannot implement the project. So let's either reduce the scope of it or you increase the resources. And I assure you that that is the credibility that you win. If you stand up and argue at that point, I think in the long run, even though at times somebody senior might give you a shut-up call, but I think you accept that shut-up call and yet in a nicer way, kind way, submit to them that this is my argument because I want to achieve this, because this is going to help our society, help our such and such issue, and I don't want to do it half done. And in research, I think if you cannot complete something, it's better not to take up that task. But that does not mean that you don't do instead of arguing, but I think you can always reduce the scope. And if that negotiation stage comes, that is in your favor. And then, of course, you need to, ensure that you have all the materials that you require. First, you know what you need, and then availability, what is the access, and whether you have sufficiency or otherwise, and what are some of the references or research papers that can support your argument. So, what happens if you don't have enough people? And if you have enough people, but not right expertise, and these are all normal things that will happen, I already mentioned about the scope. If the scope is broad, you narrow that down, and particularly if the financial resources are not enough, or the agency is not giving you enough, then you communicate with them. And that's why you design the proposal in a way that if you have to reduce the scope in terms of length of project, in terms of funds, then you can, just compromise a couple of objectives or plans and move ahead. So that whatever you commit, you do it. And particularly for first time research proposal submitting people, this is very, very important. That you try to win your first proposal, because for your own empowerment and confidence building, if you get a proposal, you feel better, and that provides you another angle of assessing the funding agency. Because then you officially communicate with them, and they will also come to monitor your work, and that provides you an opportunity to further interact with them. But if you have not enough information to be used as background facts, I mean, if this is something absolutely new and you don't have much literature, what then happens? Or requirement of foreign experts, you don't have international collaboration, but you need, what do you do? Now, those are some of the issues that you look for solutions, and those solutions, there's no one solution for all problems. It has to be, again, in your own context, cultural context, but also the administrative context and your collaboration. For example, if you write as an individual to some international agency or a university abroad, and you write to Vice Chancellor there, probably you will not get enough response. And therefore, you have to go to your administration with that idea that you would like them to write. And that's why now, I think all organizations around the world have their international offices, because they then have the expertise in communication at global level, and that then helps. Okay, so the feasibility of a research proposal. This is, we have in a way talked about already, and you have to assess whether your project is feasible to go further. And this is before actually you submit the proposal and it goes into the review by the organization. So whether you can proceed or not to proceed, if you have those things and then you start preparing the proposals, many a times, and personally I go for that from the resources within the institution, and that's why each university particularly always has a small amount of money kept for studies by research by the faculty. That is basically this for the preliminary study, because you build on that. And in your proposal, you say that I have done it myself, and these are the results. And the basis of that, I'm now scaling up this project with the expectation that we will have good success. So you can then check, recheck, and check again and move forward to submit the proposal on time and in a format that has been stipulated. So these are the steps that you do. And what are the steps that you don't? See, it repeats here again, that if you say a too broad word or you use too broad language, that is going to put you in difficult situations. So you have to be specific and don't be too broad. And if you are not focused, you will face difficulty. So you have to be focused. What we as a evaluator funding agency would say, you must have a crisp proposal and clear-cut objectives, not intermingling the words, but very much clear what exactly you want to do. Of course, you already have provided justification why you want to do that. I wonder whether people can get these presentations so that, you reconcile in your mind and write the points. Writing notes is also an expertise. And we had an epidemic of banana bunchy top virus. Now, that was not my field, but because it was happening, I'm from south of Pakistan, and we are the banana growing province. So it was epidemic, the crop was really wiped out. And I had not done any research on viruses, but my training in University of Reading by my supervisor was that, okay, when you do PhD, I would be really hurt if you go and continue beating the same bush that you have been doing here. Because that's your expertise, so you want to do exactly in that area. He said, no, my job is to train your mind how to think, because PhD is Doctor of Philosophy. So you don't necessarily solve something, but you learn how to solve things when there's an issue. And I recalled that and started reviewing the literature. But I was very young, fresh, so many of my senior bosses wouldn't listen to me much. And coming from a rural background, I could understand the cultivation mechanism, and I could communicate with the absolutely illiterate workers who have been working in the actual farm for many years. And I could talk to them, and they would tell me how this plant grows, what are the signs and symptoms of this disease. Earlier on, when I looked at the literature, I didn't find them. Now, because the climatic factors also affect the appearance of any issue in a plant. Anyway, we had our conclusion, but the seniors were reluctant because this was absolutely a new thing in Pakistan. So I convinced my bosses to write to an international CGIAR organization. At that time, it used to be called the International Network for Banana and Plantains. So we wrote to them, and an expert who had written books, in fact, Professor Stover from Honduras, who has written books on bananas, he was invited. He visited. I was assigned by my organization to accompany him in the field. So we went in the fields, couple of fields, we didn't find anything. Then there was another field, and I could spot something. I showed him. He said, no, this is not the Banchita virus symptom. Okay. He was the expert. He had written books. So we went back to the hotel in the evening. Next morning on breakfast, he was looking for me. Oh, were you the one who showed me that plant? I said, yes. Oh, I went back to my notes, old notes, and you are absolutely right. That is virus. And then we went to another field which was climatically different, and it was then very much clear that this is the disease, and then we went on. This is a long story. But writing notes. See, that man, he was at that time above 70, and he said, I went to my notes when he was young as a researcher. So can you keep that way of taking notes? That's the challenge. Okay. So, where were we? So, not too broad, not focused, too ambitious. If you have a wish list of doing this, there's a chance that you will not get support. So, these are all the downs. Then repeat or cycle of old topics. You search literature, you find people have done something. You just do some cosmetics and change that. That won't work. It has to be original. And keep in mind that those who will review this would be experts of that field, and more than one. So you cannot escape. Then issue of plagiarism, that you copy paste. These days, this has been all around, but there are now tools also to identify and take out the similarity index and all that. So you don't submit the sloppy proposal, and don't underestimate the functions of proofreading. What I learned from my bosses, and I practice myself, something that I have written, I will also share it with my juniors, my younger lot, for two reasons. One, you always need, if you have written something, you always need somebody else to look at it, because your eye, your mind will always skip something that you already skipped. But if somebody else looks at it, then they can identify some of the mistakes or flaws. But what other job you do is, you train your younger colleagues how to evaluate, and you empower them to be evaluating something that has been written by their senior, their boss. And I was lucky enough to have at my starting career level kind of a boss who will actually get me a director of an institute, and I was only a senior scientific officer there, would say, oh, sit in my chair and look at my computer, correct my English. And I would do that without hesitation, that he is my boss, and I knew that he went to very good school, very good university, much better than I had the opportunity to go to. But yet, I will use my understanding, and I will, point out the mistakes and submit to him. And may God bless him. He is no more in this world. But then he would say, well, I really like working with you, my son. And I would say, well, sir, you are my elder, and I learn from you how to bear with the younger lot. So, okay. So this proofreading or getting review before submitting your proposal. Okay, so don't underestimate the functions of proofreading. And a team of friends, not just have a team of friends, but you need to have a team of experts. So if you put friends, but not the right experts, or shall I say wrong experts, that will cause you problem. And lack of required skills is also something that you don't depend upon. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. I'm not saying you will be doomed, but you will be in trouble. Okay, the methodology is also equally important. We keep repeating some of the things. If you are too general, don't be too general. Be specific. And did not indicate of how the method would solve the problem. You have to spell it out as to how. They won the Nobel Prize. In many cases, the original researchers also are then given the share, and they get the Nobel Prize jointly. Okay, so, sorry. Okay, so you should have a checklist. I've already been talking about, and as a principle, I think we all must prepare a checklist for any activity, any event. And let me tell you, I practice that in my everyday life. Even if a family event, I would say, okay, let's write down what are the actions that we need to do and who will do that. Because I don't want you all to say, okay, Baba is there and he will take care of it. No, because I'm a human. I cannot be physically present at everything every time. And I cannot have everything in my mind. So therefore, and this is the beauty of having teams. So who does what and when is very, very important. So checklist for me is really, as you say, it's a Bible of any activity that you want to do. So that you jot down and you tick that this has been done, who was assigned, and particularly we have been organizing national science fairs in Pakistan at a national level, where we would also invite some international organizations. And industry will be there, scientific organizations, educational institutions. We would organize that in a huge sports complex where there would be people. And it was the checklist and the number of committees according to that. So the big boss, the chairman, will review that every day when we are left with just 2 weeks before the event. Okay, what is the progress? So every committee lead will explain. And I think for research purposes, you also should have a checklist as to what has been done, what needs to be done. And this practice or habit will actually help you in many other events and activities that you may be doing in your life as a manager, as a leader, or as a head of the family. Thank you very much. I am always available on email as well, and it's much simple, manzoorhsumro@gmail.com. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Prof, for the good work. I'm sure that it is after lunch, and we expect that sometimes when it is after lunch, food is settling, we also settle. Kept us attentive. Thank you, Prof. At least let's appreciate Prof for that session.
Thank you. But if there are any questions,
yeah, that's what I'm coming to. I'm sure the interest must have pricked our minds, and therefore, at this point, if you are pricked enough, maybe you might have a question or a clarification from Professor. Let us tap into this expertise and get clarification, please. Anybody? Yes? Thank you.
Prof, for the presentation. My question was, maybe from your experience, when you also was rejected, you got a chance to join that institution and maybe learn why it was rejected. Most of the proposals are rejected, they're not given a reason, and then you have told us we have to keep on trying. But you try, you don't know why you failed the first one. Thank you. Maybe what is the way forward? So that the second time when
the last point?
I'm saying, you shared your proposal.
Trying, then?
You said you keep on trying. One time you'll be able to win. But if I am able to know why the first one was rejected, then I'll be able to try. But most of the agents, once they reject, they don't give you the reason why they rejected.
Yeah, I think many agencies sometimes they say they don't want to share why the proposal was rejected. That's confidential, they say. But some agencies also can give you the reviewer's point of view. Although while it is being reviewed, I mean, we, for example, in our organization, the SOPs is that you submitted a proposal on a format that is reviewed by at least 2 peers, experts in that field, and whatever the improvement they point out, if they outright reject that the concept is, really not valid, then it can be outrightly dropped. But if there are ideas for improvement, then the principal investigator is advised accordingly. They improve the proposal, goes back again to the same reviewers, and if they are happy, so back and forth a couple of times happens. And then there is a technical committee, so more than 2 experts. There's a 20 odd experts sitting around the table and looking at each proposal. And in my experience, the projects that were not supported by the reviewers, the committee said, this is a wonderful project. The reviewer probably did not know. So we should support this project. But there are proposals which reviewers said that this is a good proposal and we should support it. The committee said, no, this has already been done. This is our priority. National priority is this one. So we should not be spending money on this, but that one. And that's why these all aspects become very important.
Thank you.
On the same question, she had requested, and if you don't mind, maybe to use your example, the one that you was rejected, then you applied to join that institution, then you joined, then you learn, you realize what was wrong. Could you, if you don't mind, share with us?
Well, we will have a session on that. So, good proposals and bad proposals. Accepted and rejected, we will share that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for the good presentation. Mine is an issue on concepts. You find there is a proposal, but they would like you to do a concept of 2 pages. Do you include, what do you not include?
Yeah, this is a recent trend, and many international organizations also do that, because the process of review costs a lot of time to the proposal writers, as to the organization, the agency, and also to the reviewers. It costs money. So they, particularly when they announce the call for proposal, initially they ask for concept proposal. Now, that's where really your expertise come in. How to synthesize a big proposal in a 2-pager. I mean, some have a format, but that format is only very broad, a crude kind of a format. So it is up to you, your expertise, formulate that 2-page concept. And there are people who find it very difficult to put up in a 2-pager. But you see, as you go senior, the emphasis is not on the details. And that's why when we write reports, big reports always include international organizations, and we have what we call the executive summary. And invariably in international organizations, the big bosses only read that executive summary of 1 page or maybe 1.5 page. It could be even a little bit longer sometimes. And UNESCO, for example, UNESCO's science report, for example, is a huge 800 pages or so. But then they produce a summary report, executive summary report of a few pages. And that is your expertise to actually narrow down, synthesize, so that you actually convey your main points of your concept that you are going to address. So it's your expertise. And for me, reading that kind of proposals and summaries can help you. I mean, I draw a lot of help from even some of the popular magazines, because popular magazines have a limitation of space. So research of, let's say, 5 years, they will put up in 2 pages for an ordinary person. So this is a way of communication. By the way, science communication has also been my field. And communicating science, a global perspective. This is a book published in 2020 by Australian National University, ANU Press. And it's freely downloadable, so you can also refer to that. There's one chapter by me also about Pakistan.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Prof. I'm informed that time is not on
you
our
have
side,
the
but
time.
then
There are questions.
there is a lot of interest.
Yeah, but we are open, we are around for these 4 days, and you can ask individual questions informally as well.
So how many do we allow?
I mean,
two
it
or
depends on the time. He's the
Uh,
team manager. Do we go for the next?
Okay. Unfortunately, maybe.
Allow one question there, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof, for this opportunity. You touched on plagiarism, and I think this is one of the killer, I would say, aspects of most proposals. In my university and possibly universities around, they use Turnitin as plagiarism checker. And one time I challenged...
Which only assesses the similarity.
Yes, one time I challenged a journal because we made not just a research proposal, it was a paper which purely was original.
Was purely?
Purely original with very few actually citations. And then the journal returned that it is plagiarized. Then I asked the journal if they normally calibrate the software. And they said no. Then I challenged them to calibrate it because I think that was pure out of context. They never came back to me. So in your experience as a researcher, have you met a situation where a software can malfunction and then you condemn a research simply because of your own mistake, not others?
Well, you see, thank you very much. I understand your question. Madam, do you have something similar or a different question?
Mine was about that you talked about scoping. Scoping your proposal is one of the most important things, but sometimes you find that the document that is, the call for proposals is a whole booklet. And sometimes details of the scope of, or what the sponsors are looking for is lost in details. From your experience, what specifically, when you get such kind of a call for proposals, which is a wide booklet, which specific areas do you go to?
I think it will depend on the call for proposal. I mean, I have to give a general answer which is addressing everything, but you have to that context. I mean, call for proposal, essentially, if it's only concept proposals, then your idea is very important. How you do it can be discussed, but the idea originality is very important. To answer your question, my friend, I have had my research papers not accepted also, not for plagiarism, but they said it doesn't fit well in our journal. And I'm still at least in one journal of science technology, policy and management. I am a regional editor and I'm chief editor of Pakistan Journal of Nematology. So we do come across these situations. And because the journals have their own policy, although this is not directly related to the proposals, but relevant a little bit, the journals have their own policy and you cannot really challenge the policy. You have to go for other journals, but afterwards. And that Trinity and all those software, I think they all need updation. But why is it that is in recent past that we have these issues? Because ethically, we as researchers have compromised our dignity and credibility, whereby we actually are picking, and this has been unfortunately done by many young people as well, because they want to become professors overnight to publish more, so they pick here and there, or get 10, 12 people together that, okay, you in your field write something, I write myself in my own area, and then you become co-author with me, I become co-author with you. So those are some of the issues, but I think that will be policy of a journal. And now I am talking as the chief editor of a journal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let's thank the Prof for that response. I'm sure there are maybe burning issues, but we can solve, maybe have a one-to-one as we network about the issues that we have. I want us maybe to proceed to the next session. For the, I'm sure we still have some time. Thank you so much. We want to bring in on our next speaker, Dr. Noor. I hope I pronounced it properly. Thank you. Ashikin or Shikin? I think you've got it. Please.
All right, afternoon, everybody. I hope I can quickly present this presentation. The slide is only 11 slides. Good news to everybody and to me as well. The reason why it's a short slide, because afterwards we're going to do some hands-on practical exercises. I think that's the main point of this training program. So I can see that everybody has their own computer, laptop, which is good, because later on you need to do some work, and then you need to have discussion as a group. That's the purpose why we put you in a group. And I think that would be one of the efficient way or effective. And see what is actually a good proposal. Yeah? Okay, so this is the way I structured it. As you can see that I'm only going to talk about the 3 points on the left side of the slide, and the 3 points on the right would be your job. You're going to complete this slide for me, this work for me. So you're going to do the hands-on. I'm going to ask you, can you come up with can you show me your individual topic or title for research proposal? And then we're going to do some checkup. Only then it would be more meaningful of what Prof. Mansoor has delivered this morning. So I hope that would work better. Okay, what actually constitutes a good proposal? So there is some cardinal rules actually when you are preparing a proposal. I call it 6 C's. Because why? Because each 6 principles start with C. You don't need to write down, but you just need to remember and understand. That's why I want you to do the hands-on. Only then you would remember the 6 C's. And then there would be a framework. Normally when we do a proposal, you follow certain template, and each template, regardless of the design, the format, it would contain the same thing. They would be looking for the same thing. Just now, I cannot remember maybe that lady from that table was asking, how do you handle a proposal that is only limited to 2 pages? How do you compress everything that you wanted to say in 2 pages? And then, is it convincing enough when you are asking for, let's say, 500,000 in your currency? Because in my currency, 500,000 is a lot. So imagine if you are asking for 500,000 for research grant, and your proposal is only 2 pages. Is it enough? Can you get it? That's a big challenge. So we're going to talk about the format, and then what would I mean by identifiable? Because as Prof. Mansoor has shared with us just now, as a panel, normally the panel of evaluators would be reading a lot of proposals. Let's say 30 shortlisted, and let's say there are only 6 of them, meaning that each panel would be going through 5 proposals. So how are you going to make sure that they remember your proposal? They somehow click, and then they somehow say that I fondly remember the proposal. So if you are able to do that, then the chances of your proposal getting accepted is higher. So you must have your strength. And your proposal must have its strength, its own strength. And then it must be, in a way, able to convince the panel that they can trust you. They can give the grant to you, and by the end of the research tenure, they would get some results from you. Because they are just like businessmen. You just remember, it's not easy for us to come up with $1 single from our pocket to give to strangers. So imagine, they are taking risks as well. They're going to wait for 9 months to 1 year, waiting for you to do your proposal. And how can you assure them by after waiting for 9 to 12 months to deliver what you promised them earlier? And then they have actually lost money. They have invested to you. They have given you money. They have invested time, money, and resources in you, in your proposal. So you need to be convinced. And your proposal need to be believable. How? I would show you. That depends on the 6 C's. Because to be convincing, don't use jargon words. Because you must remember, your panel is not necessary, that doesn't necessarily come from your area of expertise. So you must write as simple as possible, so that it's easy for everyone, anyone who reads it, easy for them to understand and follow your thoughts. Okay, and then, yes, your content or proposal must be relatable. It's not something outside of this world. Something that is very practical, something that is very pragmatic. Okay, without much ado, I don't want to talk in abstract. Let's go and see what are those 6 C's. So what is actually, I start with what actually a proposal. You must remember, proposal is defined as converting problems into solutions. And you are going to look for that solution. How? Through your research. So that your proposal is actually trying to convince your sponsor or your funder that whatever problem that they have, that you're going to solve it through your research, through your data that you collected. So you're actually converting problems into practical solutions. And you're going to give value. Those value will be seen, that materialized in the contribution and significance of your study, of your proposal. I would tell you later on. So it must be valid. So you see that you must be valid. Your proposal must be valid. Must be credible, meaning that it's believable. And then it must be evidence-based or information-based. And most important thing, it must be practical. No point of us giving solutions, giving recommendations, if the sponsors or the funders cannot do it, cannot implement it. Because by the end of the day, once you submitted your research finding, they will be able to channel your research finding to the appropriate units within that organization so that they can start implementing it. So without waiting any longer or without investing more money or more time. So it must be practical. So the first question that I think everybody, I would like everybody in this session to think is that ask yourself, what actually you want to do? Okay, I'm sure when you come here, you have some idea. What what research we're going to do, correct? Right? You must have. You want to do research in human behavior, you want to do research in technology or in the environment, you must have. So you must ask yourself what actually you want to do. So that's how you start coming up with a proposal. And then, okay, next thing is that you ask yourself, why? Why is it important for you to do that research? Why that topic in particular? So if you can come up with this, you are actually 4 or 5 steps into preparing your proposal. So these are the questions that you need to prepare, you need to think of. Yeah? Okay. And then the second part is we are talking about methodology. Methodology actually, I do not know about Prof. Mansur, but when I presented my proposal, after getting to know the panel well, they told me, what was the basis of my success for my proposal? Actually, it hinges on the methodology. Methodology is actually the lifeline of the proposal, the lifeline of the research. So normally it carries about 30 to 40% of the evaluation. So you need to be strong, you need to be well versed in your research method. So you must think about, when you start thinking about doing your proposal, you must think about what methodology you want to use. Yeah? Or I can say it in a layman's term. How do you want to do your research? How do you want to execute your research? Okay, I do not know how many of you are from social science here. Anyone from social science? Everybody is from engineering? Okay. Okay, how many from social science? Okay. So social science people are very familiar with quantitative, quantitative, survey. Yeah? And what about people from engineering? Anyone from engineering here? Anyone? Yes, from engineering? What about people from science and technology? Anyone? Science and technology is like IT. Yeah. So your area are actually 2 different areas. Yeah? So you cannot copy. It's not as easy as you open up a literature article or open up a research methodology book and copy whatever is stated there. It doesn't work because you need to contextualize it to your research proposal. Contextualize it. How are you going to use whatever information written in the research methodology book for your research? And then how can you convince that this is the correct manner of doing the research? So for social science, it is so familiar for people in social science to use a qualitative approach, meaning that survey, interview, focus group discussion, seminar, what else? Observation, any informal way. Because your findings will be described in a very descriptive manner and narrative manner. That is important. So you have to inform that. And then for people who are from engineering and science and technology background, you are more familiar with quantitative or lab-based, experiment-based. And then there are instances whereby you need to mix both qualitative and quantitative. Some people have thought that when I was younger, when I was a student, I thought that, by having a qualitative, mixed method, by combining a qualitative and quantitative approach, it would make my proposal stronger. And there was also misconception about people saying that qualitative, not so strong. People don't prefer to solve a problem in a qualitative manner. But when it involving human, when it involving what we call this observation, there's no other way for you to do the research except using a qualitative approach. So actually it depends on what you want to research. So your method, I cannot tell you now what would be the best method because it depends on the topic that you have chosen. Only then I can tell you whether it is qualitative, quantitative, experimental, testing, or both. Yeah? So you need to, and then of course once you have chosen it, you need to justify why you think that this is the most optimal. So you need to. Otherwise, there would be a gap in knowledge, and then otherwise it will be very difficult for the panel to be convinced with your proposal. So you need to justify. Yeah? Then, by the end, the third one is that by the end, after you have collected the research, you have collected the data, the primary data, and after you have done the analysis of the data, you must take a pause and ask yourself, what are your data telling you? Look at the data. And then, once you have got the data, you say that, what are the data telling you? Because at that point, maybe you need to go back to your research objective, whether it tallies or not with your research objective. Yeah? Or sometimes at that time, you need to do some tinkering. Maybe you need to adjust your research objective because it's easier for you to tinker your research objective rather than to go and collect data. But depends. Because if there is a contract, if the sponsor, the funder is very rigid and very strict, they say that, okay, this is what you promised in your research objective, then you cannot tinker. If you want to tinker, you want to do the adjustment, you have to write for permission. Tell them. If they say no, what you do? You go and collect data, more data. So that's why your research method is very vital. So that's why you need to know whether your research method would be able to answer your research question or not. So by the end of the day, you ask yourself what is your data, and then based on the data itself, what can you produce? What do you need to produce? Because this one would go into this section, this question, this answer would actually determine what are your deliverables. These are the deliverables that you need to do. So each information are important, and each information, even though it might look simple, but you need to categorize them and you know what to put and where to put those information in the proposal. Then your research become more manageable. Okay. And then of course, based on your data, you do some analysis and you do some synthesis, and you say that, okay, what would be my contribution? What would be my contribution, the research contribution? You need to think as well. Right? But never mind, you can ask me later on about that. Okay, so this is actually the framework. These are actually the framework, meaning that these are the features that every proposal should have. We are looking for executive summary. That is optional. Sometimes the panel will ask you, prepare a submit together with an executive summary. Then you know, that would actually give you some indication. The panel are busy people. They don't have time. So use that opportunity to write a very good proposal. Right? They are serious people, they don't have time. So normally a research executive summary, the length of an executive summary is only 2 pages maximum. But it should contain all the information that they want. Yeah? So like executive summary. If the sponsor asks for it, then you submit. If not, okay, you don't have to. Okay, it must contain an introduction. You need to know what is the function of an introduction. Introduction is easy. It introduces your research to the reader. At this stage, the reader would be your panel of evaluators. That's all. You need to introduce what is this research is all about. Just like you introduced yourself this morning. You want everybody to know you. Hello, I am this person, son or daughter of this person. I work here, I do here. The reason why I come here is because I want to learn about this thing. So you must convey, you must have that message. So what are the things that you are addressing and why you want to solve it? Let's say, okay, it must have background facts. The background facts is actually serve as the foundation of your research. People need to know what is actually happening in the world, what is actually happening in your country. So you need to separate these two. Normally, for background facts is that we are actually telling the people that what actually other researchers or past research have done on this particular topic, your particular topic. Like Prof. Mansoor mentioned this morning, nothing is new. But you are looking at it, we are re-examining it, we are reconfirming it. And so you need to show what are the background facts. Maybe I would discuss with you later on about the background facts. Background fact is actually you do a literature review on your topic, and you look what what others, past researchers, have done. Normally, when we do this, it involves some benchmarking. For example, how developed countries or countries of your choice have solved this problem. Surely they have the same problem. Let's say flash flood. They have a flash flood. Let's say Kenya now is having a disaster, a flash flood. It's not a disaster, but a flash flood. If you don't control it, it would get worse in the future. So look for literature in how developed countries or how other countries have tackled flash flood problems, and then you will see what are their mechanisms, how they approach it. They approach it through engineering. They approach it through policy. They approach it through intervention, preparation. So you look. So these are the things that you say that okay. These are the things that you need to know, and then what do you do with those things? And then you say that okay, flash flood in Kenya has some similarities with whatever has happened in developed countries. So and then you start to focus on your problem. The statement problem is actually focusing on your research. So background facts is actually telling what others have done internationally. Or background facts is actually telling the examiner your local problem that you want to research, want to investigate. My experience is that I committed that experience as well. I got confused. I cannot see the differences between background facts and problem statements. To me, they all look the same. But after years and years, I start to realize that, oh, actually, you can simply separate them. Background facts is actually what is happening elsewhere before this, what others have done to solve the same problem. Problem statement is actually what you are currently investigating. Okay? And then, of course, there will be a big chapter, a big portion of your research research proposal. You're going to focus on methodology, okay, I think we would discuss methodology in greater details on the third day. The methodology you're going to choose. Yeah? And then we're going to do, this involves a lot of hands-on exercises. Okay, once you have done the methodology, you need to inform in your proposal, you need to have dedicate a portion, let's say about 3 to 5 paragraphs, about 1.5 page. How are you going to analyze the data? Because when you collect the data, there would be a secondary data. Secondary data means that data that others have generated, meaning that data from past research, from official documents, report. That is secondary data. And then also you're going to analyze, analyze the primary data. So how do you combine this data? When you do the analysis, you need to combine findings from your secondary data and also findings from your primary data. So how do you analyze it? What software are you going to use? What method are you going to use? So you need to tell. Because for qualitative, they have different methods. For quantitative, they have different methods. So you need to inform them. Okay? What software you're going to use, why you choose that software. So I think, is anyone an expert in research method here, in software? I think you have heard about SPSS. Yeah? Okay. I think you have heard about SEM, Structured Equation Model. Okay. You can ask Professor Google to help you. Go to the YouTube and then say that, just type in SEM. Professor Google or YouTube would teach you how to do it. And then what about RASH model? RASH model is also, RASH model is slightly simpler than SEM. Both have their own strength. You use SEM for something else and you use RASH for something else. What about AHP? Have you heard about analytical hierarchical process, AHP? This is for decision making. How do you prioritize? Let's say when you for your research finding, you maybe have 10 findings. Okay, based on your data collection, you have categorized them and you found out, oh, you have 10 findings. So you need to know which one is the most important thing, so that when you submit your research finding to your sponsor, You can say that this is the most important thing that you must resolve, you must do. So you help them by prioritizing it. How do you prioritize it? You use the AHP, not by voting by hands. Because by voting by hands or whatever you feel, that is biased. It's difficult for us to justify and then to tell them there is no human emotion or biasness involved. But if you use AHP, then you can say that I just run this finding through the AHP. The AHP did it for me, and they have come up with this list of priorities. Easier. So less question for you. Yeah? So you need to be familiar with this. They are not necessarily applicable all at one time. Maybe you just need one. But as you grow your career as a professional researcher, you'll be more familiar with this. And then your research proposal would be more convincing and more scientifically strong. Okay, and then, of course, finding. You need to have your finding because the research needs to find its ends. So you need to have a finding, final result. Based on final result, you make then you can choose what would be the solution for each problem that you have encountered. Yeah, and then based on that also you need to come up with a recommendation. What would be the recommendation? Which one that you are recommending? This is where, when I said just now, when you prioritize the recommendation, so easier. Because sometimes the funder might not have enough money, or maybe they have areas of concern that they want to focus on. So by helping them, you prioritize. When you prioritize your finding, you are actually helping them in a lot of finding them to expedite the processes. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I cannot continue. What number is it? Deliverables? I do not know. I purposely did not put the numbers so that I can ask you this question. What is the numbering? I cannot remember. So deliverables. Why deliverables? I mark it in bold because this is the most important thing of your research. After conducting your research for about 9 months, 12 months, or sometimes it even extended to 24 months, they are waiting. You are also waiting for this. You're going to deliver something to your sponsor. So deliverables are actually a lot. So you need, normally, as a prudent sponsor, they don't allow you to deliver all results at one go. They ask you to deliver the output of your research in stages. So you need to know, you need to plan. For stage 1, what you want to produce. Stage 2, normally, based on my experience in conducting research in Malaysia, normally the sponsors like me to deliver my research finding in 4 stages. Meaning that at every stage, at every quarter, or depends on them, at every stage of the research, I have to deliver different things. The whole of the research project, I would only deliver at the end of the research tenure. Internationally, also same, 3 to 4. So that's why I say that you need to divide it in cases. This is also their monitoring and evaluation mechanism. They need to monitor us as well. While we are doing this, they are actually monitoring our activities, whether what we are doing is on track or not. So you need to do. And then in your research proposal, you need to have a budget. You need to come up with a proposal. You need to propose how much do you think that your activities will cost them. So you need to do some estimation. It's not like a plug out of the sky estimation. You need to know if you want to do. Again, this budget depends on your methodology. If you want to do an interview, how many interviews? Is it an elite interview or is it a group interview? Because elite interview is cheaper than group interview. So is it a survey? I do not know about Kenya. Because in Malaysia, they would say that, oh, we would do a survey throughout the nation. In Malaysia, we have 13 states. 2 of the states we are separated. 2 of the other states separated by sea. So it's impossible for us to go there easily. So you need to know whether you want to divide the survey according to the zone or you want to go to each and every state. I'm sure Kenya is a big country. How many districts, how many states do you have? 14. Oh, okay, Malaysia is small then. Yeah. So imagine, if you're going to do survey, are you going to cover the whole nation or not? Because if you say yes, what is the population of Kenya? 18 million. 15. 1 5 or 50? Okay, I just want to ask you. Okay, according to your friends here, Kenya has 50 population. So let's say if you want to do a research, okay, if you want to do a research and you want to collect the primary data through survey, what would be the minimum number of survey that you are required to collect? Do you know? How many? 1 million, 2 million, 1,000, 100? What would be the minimum number? Okay, for social science, you should know this because for survey, there is a formula. Each and every one of us, this formula is applicable internationally. So you have to follow that. So you cannot say, okay, 500 is enough. No, you have to follow that formula. That formula was established in 1968, long before your parents were married. That formula is as old than your father and mother. Yeah? So according to the Morgan and Crichet formula, if the population is 38 million and below, the minimum number is 380 only. 380 only for 38 million. So Kenya is more than 38 million. So the numbers is slightly higher, around 500 to 600. The minimum number. But it's 600. Are you comfortable collecting data for 600 throughout throughout your country for survey? 200. Why? What was the reason to say that? 60 from each county. Are you sure? 260. 200. Are you sure? 2,100. Again, what will be the basis of your? This is your simple basic. Yeah. Okay. So sometimes people say that is it enough, just 600, or is it we need more? Okay, I ask you a question, keep you awake. When you go for a medical checkup, do you go for a medical checkup? Yes, no? Okay. So what does a medical checkup has to do with this research methodology? Remember, when you go for a medical checkup, you want to check whether you have COVID or not, or you want to check whether you have influenza or not, sickness, any kind of sickness. The doctor would take some blood from you. Right? How much blood did the doctor take from you? And yet from that blood, they can identify whether you have high blood pressure, low blood pressure, diabetic, cholesterol, what else? All those diseases. Just from a little one. Same principle. When you want to go for collect data, you just need a minimum number. So the minimum number, like I said, the Morgan and Crichet, for 38,000 million and below is 380. So Kenya is 50 million, so it's slightly higher, maybe around 500 only. Minimum number. But some people say that, how can you be sure? You collected 5. Should you stop at 500 or should you increase more? Because you must remember, when you collected a survey, some people, they might not answer the survey form fully. They might answer only the first page. Second page, they don't answer. Because you are dealing with humans. So what you do with those not complete survey, you have to throw them out because it's not valid. So as a precautionary measure, you increase the number so that you don't have to go out and collect your data for a second time. So to make your data more believable, I cannot remember now what is the name of the researcher. According to this researcher, you increase it by 3-fold. So 380 times 3. So the maximum number is 1,002. It is 500 times 3, so it's about 1,500. That is enough for survey. Yeah? Of course, I'm talking about from social science. Social science is difficult. Unlike engineering and science technology, they go to lab and they just do some calculation and just go according to the formula, and it's easier. Yeah? And then, what about, is it the same number for interview? How many numbers do you need to interview? For interview, how many numbers of participants do you know? You must have a 3 data. What are those points? Must. So, yes. Yeah. I say that for engineering and science and technology, it is easy because they have a formula, they have certain mechanism, fixed mechanism. But for social science, is more difficult. So, for example, for interview and for focus group discussion, you need to have a minimum number. So, again, it depends on what kind of data that you require. You don't need to interview all. If you're going to interview more than 10%, then I would say that you say that you're going to interview, you're going to have about 12 interview sessions. I, as a panel, would say that no, that is not a strong methodology because that 12 sessions of interview session could be converted into focus group discussion easier. So that's why you need to know what mechanism that you're going to use. Okay, so why? Why do I say this? Because you need to know this in detail because it's going to affect your budget. Because if you're going to have a focus group discussion, you need to know that what are the minimum numbers of invitees that you're going to invite. Okay, where you're going to have it. If you're going to invite a minister in Malaysia, I just can relate to you my Malaysian experience. For focus group discussion, sometimes we need to invite someone, the top management of ministry, the general secretary, the director secretary, or even the deputy ministers. When they say that, okay, the deputy ministers wants to come, and I say that, that would actually erode our budget because they don't want to come to a normal conference room. You need to have it in a good hotel, good food. Whereas you did not plan this earlier. Because when you plan it for ordinary people to come. And then, okay, you can just have an hotel, but the food or the treatment doesn't need to be extra special to accommodate a minister or a deputy minister. So that's why you need to know who are you inviting, what methodology you're going to use, because it's going to affect your budget. If you don't have enough money, can you ask for your sponsor for more additional budget? Let's say halfway through, and you find out, oh, we run out of money. Can we ask our sponsor to add more? No way. No way. Yeah, cannot. Morally, it's not good because it's bad for your reputation. Contractually, cannot, because once you get a research proposal, they grant you a research proposal, you need to sign an agreement. And everything is according, they follow the contract provision accordingly. So if you say that 50,000, whether it is enough or not enough, you make it enough. You make it happen. Yeah? So that's why it's very challenging. Yeah? And then the timeline, you need to be realistic. If the sponsor, normally the timeline is determined by the sponsor. If they are in hurry, they say that they want it to be done within 3, 6 months, 9 months, or a year. I never done any research that is longer than 15 months. The shortest is I've done is 3 months. My team cursed me after that. Because of this research proposal, because of this research grant, they did not sleep, they did not go home. They think, they eat, and they do everything. Their life revolves around this research proposal, this research grant. Yeah, so 3 months is risky, 6 months is okay, 9 months is good. More than 15 months is too long. Especially if you are doing on IT, if you are doing on something like technology that advances so fast, because by the time you finish actually journal and also policy paper or reports. Okay. Okay, these are the extra points. These are actually the trend, current trend now. They are asking you also to put in what would be your evaluation plan. This trend started after COVID or during and after COVID. I had a proposal. I submitted a proposal during COVID, and then the sponsors came back and asked me to do this. And after that, every time I submitted a proposal, I keep on seeing they for this kind of thing. They ask you to come up with this thing. Sometimes if they don't ask you, but you inform them, then they will inform you. Oh, one of the reasons why we awarded the grant to you because you know what you are doing. You inform us the evaluation plan, the risk management. They say that sometimes they also did not think about it. So you are helping them. Yeah? What would be your evaluation plan for your research? So that how can the sponsors know that you are actually doing? So you're telling them, please evaluate me because I'm genuine, I can do the work. So that's actually basically what you're doing. Okay, the risk management is how you're going to mitigate your risk. For example, during COVID, nobody moves, nobody goes out. But you need to complete the research. So what would be your plan A, plan B, and plan C? To make sure that you can still complete your research within time. In Malaysia, during COVID, they gave us 3 months extension. But that 3 months is meaningless because we were under what we call the movement control order for 2 years. You cannot move anywhere. Even if I want to interview people, people don't want to see me. So no point. So you have to do a mitigation plan. What would be your plan B if you do not get enough data? What would be your plan B if the people that you interviewed did not give you the right data or did not answer you? What would be your alternative plan? So these are the mitigation. So that it doesn't affect, by the end of the day, it wouldn't affect your research proposal, or your research work. And then ethics. This is also important. Did I write anything? Okay. Ethics. I think the ethics I would discuss again, I think in the second last day, because now you have to also put in about the ethics and etiquette of doing research. How do you protect the privacy of the people who give you data? You must inform them. If your research is involving children, how do you ensure that the interests of the children are not jeopardized? Okay, any engineer, I'm sure there are engineers here. Have you heard about United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540? This is important. This is about technology with dual use. For example, knife, you can use knife for cutting veggie, for cutting things. But knife also can be used as a murder weapon. Yeah. So if your research is involving this kind of technology or material, you need to ensure that you comply with the ethics of duty, with the ethics of UNRCSC 1540. I would discuss this thing later on in the 3rd day or 4th day, but I just want you to be aware the ethics things. Okay. Okay, I proceed to what contains. This is the 6 C's of a proposal. Easy. It must be clear. So, your research proposal must be clear. How to make a research proposal clear? And why do we need to have a clear proposal? Because it's easy for others to understand. Easy for others to follow your thoughts and your argument. So you need to be clear. And then you must assume the panel of evaluators doesn't know anything about your research. So you are trying to convince them. I'm sure all of you are parents, right? You have children at home. So when you explain something to your children, do you use jargon words or you use the simplest word? So use that trick. In my case, I always use the simplest language, simple words in explaining something to my children. So use that principle in doing your research. My supervisor, I remember when I was doing my master, it was my first draft of proposal, of my master proposal. He looked at it and he read it. After about 5 minutes, he just threw away my 10 pages proposal and he was asking me, what rubbish are you talking? He called my proposal, 10 pages proposal, rubbish. And I said, I said, do you understand why I call it rubbish? I said, no. Because I couldn't understand what are you trying to say. I said, look, try to identify what are your mistakes. And I start to see my mistake. I wrote my sentences in a long-winded manner. So to avoid that pitfalls, to avoid making mistakes, he advised me, write in short sentences. Short and simple sentences. I have a friend, my friend is blue. I have a friend, my friend is you. Easy. 4 words, short sentences. Something. So because why? You need to be clear. He said that the simpler you can make a complex problem. There is a problem, it's a complex problem, and you have succeeded if you manage to make it simple and clear. That is actually a big achievement. And then, once you have written, let's say this is the importance of proofreading and editing. Once you have written a proposal, it is good if you can give and share others to see and read it. Because sometimes after doing it for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 months, you are no longer reading your proposal with your eyes. You are reading it with your heart because you can memorize your own sentences. So you have the tendency of skipping or missing certain things. You don't even see a typo error there. I did that. You can see that in my slide also. The typo errors keep on popping up. Because why? Because I'm thinking with my brain and I'm not seeing it in my eyes. Yeah? So you need to be cohesive. Why? The cohesive or coherentness is actually a link between paragraph 1, paragraph 3, paragraph 4, so that it becomes a good narrative. Alright? Alright, I want to ask you, do you watch movie? What makes a good movie and a bad movie? Why? What makes a good movie and a bad movie? Full of action. Yes. Normally in my class, I took my students to movie. I took them to a most boring movie, and I took them to the interesting movie. If I don't have any more boring movie showing in the theater, I would download it from Netflix or from anywhere, and I force them to read and make an analysis. Why do you think that movie a flop, boring, blah blah blah? And then I would ask them to go and watch this movie. What makes it a good movie? One of my list of a good movie is Home Alone 1 and 2. You still watch Home Alone? No. Do you watch Patriot Games by Mel Gibson? Okay, never mind. Okay, the point is that what makes a good movie and a bad movie? Sometimes a bad movie is because sometimes the actors are good actors, well-known actors, but the movie is a flop movie. Why? Because it has a bad scripting. Because you cannot see, you cannot follow the narrative. A good movie, it has a good narrative. It has cohesiveness. Because good movie, they don't provide with you answers immediately. They ask you to think. By the end of the day, it will actually sum up. And then it will answer all your questions. So that's what cohesiveness is all about. When you write a proposal, please write as if you are writing a novel, you are writing a movie, so that people are interested in reading your proposal. I would do that. I would remember good proposal if the narrative, the writing is good. Okay, concise. Concise means that you just write what you need to write. You just write what you need to write because this is just a proposal. So you write one statement, introductory, and then you explain, and then the third one is just you give example, stop. And then go to the next subject matter, you write the introductory, you justify, and you give example, stop. So that is what makes it concise. Easy. Yeah? C, credible. What credible means? Credible means that you are actually doing something that is valid. The problem that you are actually investigating is real, not something that is so abstract that nobody wants to know or nobody can follow. It must be credible. And 3, it must be convincing. If people can follow and understand and appreciate your proposal, then it can convince them. Unless a hardcore, very tough panel. Sometimes there are panel like that. They purposely become hardcore, tough panel because their job is to instigate you. So don't take heart. So just enjoy the session. It's like a venturing session. Yeah? Okay. And then it must be complete. Don't leave any question hanging. You must complete. Any issues that you raise up or you found, you encountered during your data finding, you must list down. Even though it was an accidental finding. You don't intend to find that, but somehow when you collect the data, certain findings emerge. So report it. And then tell your sponsors how it would benefit them. So it must be this thing. If you have this one, then I think it's okay. So it doesn't need to be 30 pages. How long do you think that this research proposal, how long does a research proposal need to be? What is the length of the research proposal to cover these 6C? How long? Double spacing, Arial, font 12. How long? If you are writing a proposal using Arial, font 12, double spacing. So how long do you think that this proposal need to be to cover all these 6 C's? Guess. Don't be afraid to try. Just guess. 20, okay. 20 is okay. Okay, anyone? Anyone? Just guess. Don't let the evaluators get bored and don't let them go to sleep while reading your proposal. How many pages? How many pages? The minimum is 2, executive summary, 2. So a good one, how many? Between 12 to 15 pages. Maximum is 20. Maximum, 20. If you go more than 20, meaning that you have gone overboard. You have somehow straight. So 20. 20 is maximum. 1.5 spacing. Because Arial, if you look at font Arial 12, the size of writing is big. If it's Times Roman, it is slightly smaller, 12. If it's Times Roman, it should be reduced to 12. If you're going to use Calibri, Calibri is small, 12. 1.5 point is about 13 to 14. Try and play around. And you can see how the pages of your proposal change when you use different font. Because sometimes sponsors are very particular. They like you to use Times Roman. Yeah? Sometimes they say that we don't like Times Roman. They like to use Arial. So follow, because it matters. Sometimes they purposely do that to see whether you are compliant or not. They just want to know your character. Okay. Okay, the big picture. So what do you do? And I said just now, cohesive, credible, complete. So this is that idea is presented in the Okay, the big picture. The background fact is for you to understand the current situation. What happens in foreign country. You can see that. What are the issues and problems? And how did they solve the problem? And then the problem is that local, at your country, your stage, your research proposal that you want to, the problem that you want to solve. Yeah? What are the issues and challenges or hindrances? This is what talking about your focusing on your research proposal, on your research. Okay, and then from there, by doing this, then you can see the gap. What are the gaps? Maybe you use a different methodology. Maybe the data was different. Maybe the people are different generation. So sometimes, even though you repeat the same research proposal, the result would be different because why? The technology gap, the people gap, the cultural gap. So those things are actually matters. So you can see the gap. And then once you do that, okay, then you can start designing your research methodology, because research methodology is actually your action plan in executing your research proposal. So this is how the big picture is. And then you must understand, it must complement each other. And then it becomes cohesive and it becomes coherent. And then easy for you to follow. Okay, never mind. We see, okay, this is another how you look at it. You start with a proposal background, and then from there, past research. This is what I mentioned just now, benchmark. And then your research, how you want to solve it, and what are the proofs and evidence. This is the data analysis. So how, and then this is how you do it. You separate it, you categorize it in your research proposal. Never mind. We can follow, okay. All right. I'm supposed to complete it in half an hour, but I failed miserably. So this is your hands-on. I hope everybody is ready. Okay, can you come up? Can we spend the next, how much time do we have, Azman? Yes. Oh, okay. Before I start, okay, thank you, Prof. Before I start with the hands-on exercises, is there any question that you want to ask me? Or any concern that you want to raise, that you have encountered? Would you like to share? Yes.
The question here. Oh.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I remember as a young researcher, one of the sections that gave me sleepless nights was something called log frame. Log frame. Log frame. Yes. Yes. So it is, I'm sure some of them would really want to know what it's about. And secondly, in the era of
the framework maintains, regardless whether AI, IU, or OWE, or the technology. Regardless of the technology, the framework would stay. The content might be different. The framework might stay because they need to see what are the introduction, the background, the problem statement. Blah. Okay, so the content and how you want to technology, especially with AI, of course, it's going to make your life at least easier. Yeah? It would help, but don't rely too much because we have a mechanism to detect plagiarism. Yeah? So, okay, that is one thing that we need to know. Okay, Prof. Mansur mentioned this morning the don'ts. One of the don'ts is plagiarism. Yeah? So, okay, we can only see how it works once we do the hands-on. Okay, the log framework, the log frame. Yeah. Yes, this is very important for engineering, science and technology areas. For social science, not so. Why? Because you must understand the principle behind it. The reason why you need to log in and register and report what you do at every stage of your research is because of the potential of you producing intellectual property by the end of the day. Yeah, because if you are claiming that you are the creator of that invention, you need to prove that it was your idea. So we need to know, when did that idea came up? When did you first thought about this idea? Because for example, in applying for a patent, there's two systems in this world. I'm not sure about Kenya. In Malaysia, we use first to invent, first to register. We base on the registration. If you go and register, if you're the first patent, yours. But if you're going to register your patent in US, it is first to invent. Meaning that the invention doesn't really matter when you register, even later. can show proof you have thought about it, invented about it long time ago. So it goes to you. So that's why it is important for you to have the log frame. And then it's become more critical nowadays. So that's why with the computer, some countries don't accept it. They still want you to the handwriting one. But that's the principle behind it. So you whatever you do, you register, you report, and then keep it, because that would be potentially one of your income generation. Because for example, you want to claim patent, you want to claim copyright, you want to claim trademark, that will be yours. So you need the logbook is actually your life. Yeah, okay.
I'm informed that this one is not. So you can...
It's okay. Okay.
Any other question? Okay.
Thank you. You talked about a budget.
And he got back to me and he said, the proposal concept is wonderful, but the man has not really formulated project properly. So I got encouraged. And I told the expert that, okay, this is also job of the reviewer to provide guideline and say so. And we will share with the PI that the reviewer says the concept is wonderful, but the project formulation has flaws. How can those be improved? Please do that. And that was a 3-year project. After all this process, it was approved. And after first year, actually that PI got a prize from our foundation because he was actually addressing the issue which was a national issue, but procedurally he was not probably capsulating it rightly. So concentrate on the word capsulating.
Can I just share? This is what experience that I had in Malaysia. Almost the same, but not almost identical, not the same. There is a project whereby the sponsor says that we are willing to give away 2 million. So there would be a main project and then 7 sub projects. And then they'll call proposal for them, for researchers to come up with a proposal for the main project and then the sub. And then we realized that it was considered as a failed project. And then when we reviewed and evaluated where went wrong, what went wrong, and where and how, we realized that okay, some of the projects are actually not ready, not technologically ready. So by rights, the evaluator or the PI or the proposed PI can come up to the proposal and the sponsors and tell, can we leave this one out? Because the technology is not there yet, it's not ready. You don't have the capability, but focus on others. But they did not do that. So they just come up with a proposal and the sponsors believe them. By the end of the day, they cannot go through because each and every project actually is depending on each other. So it's dependent. So it was a failed project. So the reason why we reviewed because we wanted to know what went wrong. So the best project, the best thing is that as a researcher, you can come up, you can communicate with the organization, your sponsor say that, okay, can we reduce the scope or can we just do a pilot study first? If that part, the technology is not ready, you can say that, okay, the technology is not ready, but can we do a pilot study, feasibility study, one. If it's ready, then we can go to the next phase and we continue with what you will. You can come up. I think the people are human. They wanted to solve the problem, but if you tell them, because you are the expert in your area, so if you tell them, they might consider.
Okay. Can you take one more?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Now, you have indicated that one of the components of a good proposal is proof and evidence. Proof and evidence. And under this, we talked about your findings or results, recommendations, your contribution. How do you bring this in a proposal before you go out and you have data and all that?
So that's why since morning until now, we talk about the framework, we talk about the planning. Because when you when you start planning, you need to think, you need to have this overall picture. And then when you start writing the proposal, you need to know where to put what information. Okay? So for proof and evidences, actually is based on your methodology. So to get the data, you say that you're going to in order to get this data, this is the methodology you want to use it. And then you justify what. So based on the finding, you say that these are the findings, these are the evidences, and then you relate it back to your research objective and your research question, whether it answers the research objective and research questions or not, based on your data. Okay? So that would be the proof and evidences. Or if you are doing experiments, the same. Even if you are doing some historical research based on the historical facts, you can find that. You can do that. That's why I say that you need to have this picture first, and then after that, once you get a complete picture, the next step would be putting, segregating and putting those information at places. So you need to know there are, let's say, that 12 items under the framework. What you need to write in the background, what you need to write in the problem statement, where do you write your research objective and research question. Yeah? And then in your methodology, what you need to put in the methodology. And then you need to put your research significance and your research contribution. So and then all these things need to be linked and related to each other. That's why I say that cohesiveness, you need to see. We cannot say that your evidence say this, your research objective say that, and then your research questions say ask totally different questions. So it's a matter of putting things together. But I can only do that if we start the hands-on. Okay.
Okay. Any other burning or we proceed to the next?
Okay.
Oh, probably.
All right.
You can proceed to.
Okay, we proceed. Okay, this is where you need to be. Okay, you need to do. I think you've been staring at this slide for the last 5 minutes. Okay, can you write in your? I do not know whether you have a Google Drive or not. Okay, we have 4 groups. I think if you can have the Google Drive, and then you can upload, and then so that I can see for group 1, what would be your research topic, so that I can comment. Even if once I go back to Malaysia, I can still follow, and then is it possible? Not possible?
I don't know if should we go by interests or should we just like this table with them. I can see here we are Maseno, four of us. The other table has Murang'a. Okay. The other table, maybe the issue of networking.
Okay.
Or interest.
You can restructure this group. Let's say if you want to do on agriculture, who else is doing on agriculture? You can sit and then do. Otherwise, you can stay with it and then come up with your individual research topic so that I can check.
I think groups, it's better to separate the already formed group. So not one university sitting together.
Different.
Okay. Can we do a very fast method? Just take a number, 1, 2, 3, 4. So group 1 will be here, group 2, group 1 here, this is
so you are
group 3,
1,
group
2,
4,
3,
and then,
4.
So can we pick numbers from here?
You can just say number 1? No.
Yeah.
Starting with A, B, C, D.
No, we just pick numbers from here.
Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So he would go to group 1, number 2 would group 2, 3 would go to group 3, 4 there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4.
So can we start that process? We start here. Okay, please, there is a suggestion. No, at least there will be 4. All of you will split you. All right, so let's begin again. 1, proceed. No, 1. No. 4. 1. Start again. 1. 4. 1. We start here. 4. Four. All right. This is number 2. All the 2s come here, please. All the 1s come here. Number 3s to remain here, and number 4 to remain here. What? Because 4 is 2. 4 is here.
On behalf of the state with the consent of the director.
Okay, group 2, ready? Okay, your group 2 are ready, so I would go to different groups. So for group 2, if you have ready the title, then this one. I don't know, is it possible? Do you have the Google Drive so that you can share the no? No. If you don't, I will call it. Come up with the proposal. Come up with the title for your research.
Maybe now you can give us direction on what to do for group.
Okay. For each group, I think, okay, there are about 4 or 5 members in each group. Okay, good. Now, what you can do is that come up with your research proposal. Do you have any? If you don't have any, never mind. You don't have to come up with 1 line or 2 lines. Just write what actually you want to investigate. What actually you want to do for the next. Let's imagine you're going to apply for a research grant. What actually the areas that you are interested to look at? You want to investigate. Yes, this lady, I have a good talk with her this afternoon. No, you can be individual topic. You don't have to do in a group topic. You're individual, because each and every one of you come from different backgrounds, right? So we can discuss. Come up with a research proposal. Give a title. Give a title. Okay, go ahead.
Excuse
don't think
me.
about the activity to come up with a research proposal first. Come up with a research proposal first. Because it's impossible for you to introduce your, without, if you don't know the topic, you need to know what topic you want to write. Okay. Okay, this one, group 4, okay? Group 4, okay? Okay, no need any explanation from me. Just come up with your research title. What actually you want to investigate. I'm sure when you come here, you have certain ideas, you know, or you have seen certain problems. Decision. How would that decision affect their cultural, their identity, and their income? If you place them in a new area, what about their land? What about their culture, their identity? Because a lot of, let's say, if you do a benchmark overseas, you can see that a lot of indigenous people that have been moved and been displaced from their area to a new area, they have this problem, associating or settling down in a new area. What about their work? Used to be farm, change of lifestyle, something like that. So that is actually that is a valid, not a good, but a valid research title. The research topic that you can investigate. It looks simple, but you might find a lot of things. You don't need a world problem. You don't need to solve a world problem. A research proposal needs to be very focused, very pragmatic, very localized. Okay, okay. Start thinking. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk so much. Start thinking, but it's good that every one of you can come up with a research proposal, so that after this we can still communicate. I can still tell you whether I can give you some ideas how to make a good proposal. Hello, Murang'a team trainers. I would give you until 4:45 to answer the first question. Come up with the research title proposal. After that, we go to the next box. Every box is about 15 minutes. For the last 15 minutes, is we're going to have what you have come up with. Okay? If I don't give a time limit, you would start talking until end of this course. Until Friday, I wouldn't come. I wouldn't be able to see one single proposal. Okay? Happy thinking.
So these exercises will show us a different So that borders on what? Genetics? Modified genetics?
All right. So we have 3 minutes left. 1 minute left.
I've seen a movie where they take the shoes to the market in China, and they are very
Time's up.
Ready? Not ready? Now what we're talking? Still discussing? Waiting? Waiting for me?
It's not something we used to hear. Yeah, that's like a sugar cake. So that again, boiled or fried. When they fry. Yeah. For local.
Alright, who would like to share? Who would like to bring the ice and share? Okay, so that we can have a look together.
Hello, the one talking a lot. Hello? I should be the one talking. Not everybody. tried to, we were placed in groups, but we were told to work individually. So this is what we thought as a group first. Before we were directed, we decided to look at disaster management, relation to floods. And so when we went individually, we went, but we are talking as I talk. Then you tell me to come again. Now, what you are facing in Kenya right now is a lot of rains. The rains have come up and brought a lot of flooding, which has affected so many things, operations in the country. So, as I was saying earlier, as a group we had in on disaster management, and later on we were told to work individually. So I fine-tuned my thinking. I'm an educationist, I'm a teacher by profession. So I fine-tuned my teaching, and the topic that I thought could be related to what is going on and what we had decided as a group is schooling in relation to flooding, or vice versa. Schooling, education, yeah, we can always fine-tune it. This is a working document, if it will be acceptable. So it's as if I was looking at the effects of flooding on education or schooling. The area is disaster management. The focus is access to education. And I try to look at some of the risks that have come up because of what is happening. Disruption of national school calendar. Case in point is that yesterday at midnight, around midnight, the minister in charge of education directed that schools be opened after a week. And people had booked tickets, people had traveled to schools. Some of them were coming from far, so they were to take their kids to school today. Disruption of learning programs, panic among learners, confusion among educators, the teachers themselves, or the managers of institutions, panic among parents, disruption of traveling programs, displacement of schools. There are some schools that have been moved from their original location. When you go to the same location you left the school, you can't find the school. There is threat to lives. I've done some introduction. I don't know if I should read it. Okay, thank you.
Who else likes to share the proposal? The title, just the title. Okay, go ahead.
Mine is to look at, to determine the antibacterial effect of Allium sativum against Staphylococcus aureus. Yes. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to look. A plant, that is garlic. Yes. So garlic has a potential antibiotic effect. The last time we discovered an antibiotic was 1984, but the bacteria is ever evolving. That's why sometimes you go to hospital, they give you drugs and they tell you after 3 days, if you don't see any change, come back to the hospital. So that is because maybe the bacteria that you are having is resistant to those drugs. So we need to find alternative antibacterials to these bacteria. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Yes, guys. Sorry, really.
Okay. For group 2, our topic is mitigating the effect of climate change on agriculture. And we decided we are going to form a consortium. Every consortium is going to have a different work package. Like there is a section or an institution that will work on crop resilience, which encompasses improved agricultural practices. Then we have somebody who will be looking at marketing, post-harvest losses, and probably product development to minimize the losses. Then we have soil and water conservation technologies. And we have transportation, where we need to look at our roads and bridges to ensure our products reach the markets. And every part of these, rather the objectives, have activities under it to be done. Thank you. Yeah, so somebody working on crop resilience has to do drought tolerant, improved agricultural practices, and there are many more here.
I would comment. Okay, what about anyone from this group to represent? Just to be fair, because the one. Okay, you have that. Hold on. What about this one? Anyone? Can I have the mic, please?
So in group 4, we were looking at the floods that we have. So we have come up with 4 titles.
Wow.
But we are still fine-tuning. So the first one.
See?
The
So
first
let
one.
the game starts. It's very competitive over here.
The first one is effects of floods on livelihood of urban population. Then the second one, we have post-floods in Kenya, a policy, socioeconomic, and health risk assessment. Then number 3, we have enhancing sustainability of African urban population through a robust flooding mechanism. Then the last one, we have efficacy of the current policies and strategies to mitigate the effect of flooding on livelihoods among urban population in Kenya. Yes. But our chair can add something.
Okay. Everything is possible. Okay, thank you. Just remind me, I just want to give comments. Okay, congratulations. You were able to come up with the title at least within a very short time. The reason why I want you to think and then write down your research proposal is that because I want you to pour out whatever been here, stored here, on paper. Because if you don't write it down, you won't see. You won't be able. Sometimes we struggle, even though we have in mind. We know what we want to do, but when you want to write something in a proper structure, that is where the struggles begin. So that is the first step actually in writing a good proposal. You need to pour whatever you have in mind on paper. And then it's okay because sometimes I came across one, I cannot remember the gentleman just now. The way he thinks is slightly different from the rest of you because he thinks about the output first. He said, I think I want to do this would be the expected output, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I can. But now your job is that to reverse. From the output, how do you translate it? Reverse, work backwards until you reach actually. And then you mesh out from the research objective and the output that you have in mind. See whether they align or not. But most of you, yes, of course, that group, they have come up with 4 proposals. This group also have a lot, but I only listened to 1 or 2. I think that group also have done theirs. So I can see that you need to come up with a title. Doesn't really matter long or short. But remember, I do not know about Kenya's, the requirement of sponsors in Kenya. But if you are applying for international grant, this is from my experience in international grant, also in Malaysia. Malaysia follow the requirements of international requirements closely. For a title of a research, they have numbers. They only have allowed 16 to 17 words can only appear in your title. It cannot be longer. Short is okay. Like one of my proposal, That is the shortest title of my proposal. Trips and the environment, 4. 4 only. Trip is not a journey or picnic to anywhere. Trip refers to an agreement, an international agreement, and how that agreement affects the environment. That was my research. 4. So I have tested whether 4 is acceptable or not. But when I justified, they say, okay, it cannot be longer than 17 or 16. So please check if you are applying for a research, international research grant, look at this requirement. Sometimes they put a limit on your title. It cannot be too lengthy and cannot be too short. It must be meaningful. I've seen topics, long, short, and variety. Okay, now your job is that, okay, the job is that now you need to identify which one would be, from your title, which one would be the keyword. Because in the keyword, you need to explain in your, later on, your background facts. So that's how you expand your research. So for example, this gentleman, he has a title of Input Use Efficiency Among Smallholders Dairy Farmers in Western Kenya. So you can see that he is actually limiting and scoping. Already, from the title, I can see that he has already identified who would be the respondent of his research and the area where he would conduct his research in the Western Kenya. Amongst whom? Farmers, dairy farmers. So already you know. So now, your job is to identify keywords. Which one is actually your keywords? Which one, sir? Efficiency? Efficiency, and then what else? Only one keyword from your title? Sure. Okay, so when you are measuring, you want to look, when you say that efficiency, you are looking at it from the allocation, and then you're looking at the technical efficiency and then environmental. So that would be how, that is what the areas that you're going to measure. Later on, we ask you how we want to measure it. But from that one, from the keyword, you have already expanded. So you need to spend at least 3 paragraphs on this thing, just from the keyword. Because he has 3, why 3 paragraphs? Because he has 3 items in describing efficiency. Okay, what else? You see, what else? What else from your, what keyword, what other keywords that come, you can identify from your title? Okay, what is input use? So you have to define. So you have to put, you have to explain also, that would be your keyword, because from an ordinary person, I don't know what you're talking about, input use. Do you understand input use? Does anyone understand input use? From group there. Do you understand anyone? Anyone from that group understand about input use? You know. So you don't want, no one understand it, then that would be your keyword. Okay, what else? The third one. Anyone? Doesn't mind. But this one is that you need to explain what is the input use. And then in your explanation, you can put the whatever theory, whatever, but you need to explain. Okay, what? Okay. Okay, no, hold on. We are not done with the object. We haven't reached that. Okay, what else? You need to identify, this will be your keyword as well. Smallholders, dairy farmers. Who are they? No, they are the respondent. How do you identify these are smallholders? They are not, who are the, like SME, right? When we define SME, we know that small enterprise is actually people with less than 5 workers. 10, medium is more than 10. Large is someone who employs employee with, let's say, I don't know, in Kenya, in Malaysia, you must have 100 employees to be regarded as a large enterprise. So we have a standard that you have to. So when you say that smallholder dairy farmers, who are they? What are their activities? What are the dairies? What kind of animal that they breed? So that would be your keyword. Okay? So like you, like this gentleman here, you say that to determine the antibacterial, what? I cannot remember. So, okay, I think it's good if you just do without the determine. To determine is actually the activity you want to do. But in your title, you don't need to put determine. You can just put antibacterial effect of da 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 da. So, okay, can you identify what would be your keyword? Antibacterial effect, yeah, one. And then what else? Yes, two. Yes, three. So that will be, that's how you expand. All right. Okay, and then, all right. Good job. Okay, what about this group? Yes, this lady. Yes, you give me just one, right? You're the one, yes. You're my comment, okay. You say that, okay, assessing the applicability of, yes, same. In a research proposal, normally this is actually the thing that you want to do, right? In your research, you want to assess, you want to determine, you want to examine, you want to investigate. You don't need to do that because after all, a research is all about investigation, examining, and determining. So you don't need to do that. It's like a redundancy. So you just go straight to the point that what actually you want to do. Okay, what you want to do? You want to look at the applicability of what? Okay, you want to accuracy of augmented this one traffic. So can you identify based on my explanation on this two after listening to my comment about 3 proposals, which one is actually your keyword? Which one is your keyword? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 So at least I can see here at least 3 or 4. One is accuracy. When you want to measure accuracy, what actually you want to measure? Accuracy, measure what? In terms of time, in terms of what? I do not know. Accuracy, prediction, you need to look what others have done when they predict accuracy. What actually item that they measure in predicting accuracy. So that would be your keyword. And then the second one would be augmented reality. Why? I don't know anything about augmented reality. So you need to pretend as if you're evaluator, even though you're not expert. Okay. And then traffic flow management. This is another technical term. What is actually traffic flow management? Okay. And then Nairobi city. Okay. Okay. So okay, you have scoped it. Okay. Can I borrow your 4 topics, sir? Yes. The one that Okay. 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 I just choose one topic because we have 4. What attracted me is actually your topic number 3, because you say that enhancing sustainability of Africa, urban. So Africa is big. How many countries in the whole continent of Africa? Do you mean that you want to do research in each and every country of this Africa continent? No. So you need to reduce it, narrow down. Yeah, because your sponsors, even if you're asking for money from UN said that we don't have money. You just put in Kenya. Which area? You said, okay, because Africa urban, they have how many population, then you'll be mad in handling the data. So it's good that you just say that in Kenya, cities, reduce it. Because that is easier for you to get data. Because this one, the first problem that I see is the size and the scope, the size and the difficulties of getting the data. And if you manage to get the data, how to handle the data? A lot. A lot like. So you will be running against timeline and budget. Okay. So lowest flooding. So okay, that would be my comment. And then identify what would be your keyword from your topic. Identify, because you need to expand. When you say that lowest flooding mechanism, what do you mean? That is actually a keyword. Lowest flooding mechanism. Is that it? Mechanism? Yes. What? Define it. Because you need to define it. You need to explain it. Otherwise, it's impossible to know. Okay. All right. Okay. I have commented. Have I commented? Not yet. Keyword. Okay. Effect mitigation. All right. My comment would be that it's too huge. It's too huge. Even though you are breaking it to, it's too huge. Okay. Yeah, it's too huge. Okay. Never mind. I just comment. I will comment later on. Just give me some time. Okay. The next activity. The next activity is that, okay, once you manage to identify the keywords, Identify the keyword, then you start introducing your, write something to introduce your proposal, and then how many paragraphs? Don't throw away this paper because we are going to stick with this topic until the end of this training session. We're going to stick with this one. Don't throw away.
So do they have a homework?
Yes, this is your homework. This is your homework. I've done my homework before I came for this training, preparing for this slide. Your homework is that during this training and afterwards. You need to come up. Don't throw away because this is something that you're going to use as a template in preparing your proposal. At least we can guide you, because after this will be on your own. So come up with an introduction. How convincing is your introduction? Okay. All right. Can you do that? Can you do that as a homework? The box number 2 and number 3, the introduction. How convincing is your introduction? Because remember, when you want to buy a book, you read at the back, you read at the first few pages, and then you decide whether the book is interesting or not. Same with the proposal. Okay. Okay. Did you come up with the proposal? Okay. Just now I saw that. Okay. This. Okay. This book. This book. Why I said it is so. You want mitigating, not mitigating. Mitigating the effect of climate change on agriculture.
Yes, we want it that way. Yes, so that we have both crops and livestock. Yeah.
Okay. Where is our MC? Where is our Mr. MC? Okay. 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 Our MC.
Let us concentrate on one thing, looking at what we have achieved.
Ground rule, which we probably did not say in the morning, that if you have anything, raise your hand. And it's prerogative of the speaker or the moderator to give time to you. Anyway, I think we have moved from broader concepts and narrowed down to actually proposal writing. And in that sense, in one day, if we are ready to choose the idea and give it a title, and then you go backward, what is the requirement for that, what is the introduction, what is the background, and so on. And that you can continue thinking till we meet tomorrow morning here, and probably we get on from then on. However, if you have any questions, any clarifications, I suggest that you write them down tonight, now, anytime, because this research phenomena is such that, I can only talk about myself, that if I have an idea, I will have a dream, and I will actually get up and write it down there, because I don't want to burden my mind of memorizing it, because I tend to forget. There are so many things, and the hard disk is almost full. So you have to write down on a piece of paper, and then review it, prioritize it when you had a good rest. And again, the way I do it, now I have rough ideas, I will keep writing on a mobile or on a piece of paper, sleep over it overnight. If I had a dream, that's wonderful, but if not, then early in the morning, when I had a good rest, I will look at what I have been writing, and then refine it for presentation. I think you please do that, and we could have more discussions tomorrow. I think we don't continue the discussion right now. Let's get back to our places. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience.
Thank you,
No
Prof.
question.
Let us appreciate this afternoon's presenters. I was almost saying 3 factorial, but it has been done. I'm sure you appreciate the appreciation. All right. Now that we have had, and we have confirmed that there is some value added. All right. And we also have an assignment to do. Under the CBC, you work with your parents. Unfortunately, we are the parents. So we will have to do our part so that tomorrow morning we kickstart again with a very hard kick, like a mule's kick, and then we can achieve tomorrow's objectives too. And with that, I want to give back to Professor Mwata to continue. Thank you.
Let's give a better clap to our facilitator. Really, I want to thank you very much for the day. You have participated actively, and now we are coming to the end of the day. You are stronger than you came in. When I see your faces, you're doing much better. So tomorrow our program starts at 9. I know you have an assignment that you are going to work on, so that tomorrow our facilitator will be following up, because it's going to be a continuous process for the next 3 days or 4 days. We have a cup of tea that is served where we had our lunch. So please do not go home without taking a cup. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. I hope if you have any issue with accommodation, please, we'll still be behind together with the secretariat, just in case you need some help. Otherwise, thank you and enjoy your evening. At the hotel where we booked you, you can have your dinner. Thank you. Yes, I'm being reminded, the bus is available to take you back to the hotel. So immediately after tea, you just go outside, the bus will be waiting. We'll pick you again tomorrow at exactly 7:30. Thank you. 8. Oh, I'm being requested you be picked at 8, so we'll pick you at 8 o'clock so that we are here on time. Thank you.